Sergeant Arms, please call our November 2nd, 2021 meeting to order.
Yes, sir, yes. Officer Council of the City of Memphis, hereby call to order from the transaction business of closing. All right, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize our chaplain for the day, Pastor Paris Lester of Mount Olive Cathedral CME Church, invited by our very own Council Lady Johnson, and the prayer will be followed immediately by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, and to this wonderful enclave of elected excellence in Memphis. We're thankful. Let us pray. God, we do give you praise and glory for this another day and for our city of Memphis, Tennessee. God, your word reminds us that the government is upon your shoulders. So now, Lord, we pray for our city council and all our elected officials, where you would guide us throughout this meeting. Oh God, direct our words, our thoughts, and our actions. We give you praise and glory in the name that's above every name. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Council Lady Johnson, you're recognized. You want to go ahead and go on here?
Good evening, colleagues. It is an honor for me to stand next to a distinguished pastor of the CME Church, Reverend Paris L.J. Lester. I want to thank you for those words of encouragement, words of guidance for this evening. They are always needed. Even in your absence from here, remember to keep us in your prayers. I'd like to present to you this resolution, and it reads, the City of Memphis, Tennessee, by the City Councils. Greetings, be it hereby known that Pastor Paris J. Lester, in recognition of a life of exemplary qualities, outstanding service to the city, meritorious involvement in humanitarian affairs, and demonstrated concerns for governmental processes, has been appointed Chaplain of the Day of the Memphis City Council, and is hereby entitled to all the honors, rights, privileges, and prerogatives pertaining to this office and to the display of this certificate. Given under seal this second day of November 2021, Chairman Frank Corvette, presented by Cheyenne Johnson. This is a copy of that resolution for you to keep and have displayed in your office as a token of our appreciation. Again, thank you, and keep us in your prayers. I think they want a picture.
All right. Y'all grab a quick picture.
Okay, hold on. Jamia gonna...
Pastor, thank you so much. You've set a great bar. Pastor, you've set a wonderful bar for us and reminded us always that our actions and our deeds must follow the excellence that you have asked. I pray you are correct, and I will do my best, speaking for me personally. Thank you so much, sir. Without objection, so moved. All right, Madam Comptroller, roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman Spinelli. Carlisle. Easter Thomas. Ford. Johnson. Jones. Logan. Morgan. Robinson. Smiley. Vice Chairwoman Swearingen. Warren. Chairman Clavette.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Madam Vice Chairman, have you read our previous meeting minutes?
I read the meetings and find them to be in order. I move for the adoption of the October 19th meeting minutes.
Been moved by Vice Chair Lady Swearingen, seconded by Councilman Smiley. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on our previous meeting minutes. Please cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colvett, yes.
Thank you. Previous meeting minutes are approved. Good afternoon. So nice to see everybody back, especially Mr. Ken. I see that Halloween is still alive and well. Well done. But it's so good to have everybody back as we make our way through Corona and work our way through. Just some words of advice. If you would like to speak on an issue, you may grab a comment card from Officer Young. Go ahead and make sure that you write down the item, your name and address legibly, and preferably whether you oppose or support the item that's being questioned. Comment cards submitted after I call that particular item will not be heard. So if you'd like to go ahead and grab some comment cards and put them together, turn them in to Officer Young, I'll call that when we get to the case. Also, this is new since we have everybody back. There will be no sharing of cards. Everybody, basically you get one card, one shot at it. You can also, though, speak on multiple items if you so choose. So if you're speaking, for example, on item 15 and 54, make sure you fill out 2 cards. Fair enough? All right. The held items for today. Items 1, 7, 12, and 53. Repeating, 1, 7, 12, and 53 will be held until our next meeting. So if you're here on those items, no need to stick around. Also, item 5 will be held until January 18th. Make sure I got everything covered. We got everything. Madam Comptroller, go ahead and, we got a bunch of folks coming up. We got extra cards? Oh, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just informed that you can only speak on 2 items. 2 items, so make them count. Also, if you'd like to just speak in general at the heel of the meeting on whatever topic interests you, you can go ahead and pull a card for that. So if you want to talk about something that wasn't on the agenda, you can go ahead and pull a 2-minute comment card for that item also, or that issue, or whatever issue you want to talk about. Looks like that line is going down. Madam Comptroller, call item 2.
Item number 2 is a resolution welcoming and congratulating the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition on its return to the city of Memphis. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Jones.
Councilman Jones. All right, why don't you come on up? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you and good afternoon. Colleagues, I'll read this resolution into the record. Memphis City Council resolution, whereas the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition is the only statewide competition in Tennessee for young women that is licensed by the Miss America organization and whose winner competes for the title of Miss America. And whereas the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition encourages single Tennessee women of all races and ethnic backgrounds to enter, women who are between the ages of 19 and 26 years old. And whereas Miss Tally Bevis, this year's winner of the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition, has returned to Memphis today for the first time since winning the title in July. And whereas the winner of the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition, Ms. Bevis, serves as a role model for young women living in rural areas, small towns, as well as big cities. And whereas, as a former Miss Nashville and Miss Music Row, Ms. Bevis embodies the competition's ideals of excellent academic performance, as she is a graduate of Belmont University and possesses knowledge of current events, poise, and graceful presentation of self. And whereas in 2020, the volunteer leadership of the competition, CEO Colonel U.S. Army retired Joseph and Chief of Staff Janie Albright made the decision to move the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition from its historic home in Jackson, Tennessee, to Memphis, Tennessee. And whereas the move to Memphis in 2021 was supported by the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition Board and its all-volunteer staff, CFO Belinda Arenda, Colleen Trent, PhD, Executive Director of the competition, and Deborah Patterson, Business Manager. And whereas in July 2021, the competition took place in Memphis, and Mr. Ed Coleman, Judges Chairman, supervised 7 judges from several states who range from a retired female Army Brigadier General to the first Black Miss Memphis and the first Black Miss Memphis State University to the Memphis and Shelby County Film and Television Commission's Lynn Sittler. And whereas both Lee Harris and Mayor Lee Harris and Mayor Jim Strickland, along with major sponsors, Memphis Tourism, the Renaissance Convention Center, the Cannon Center for the Performing Arts, the Peabody Hotel, the Downtown Memphis Commission, warmly and generously welcomed to Memphis in the 2021 Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition has once more chosen Memphis, Tennessee as the site of the 2020 competition. Be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council and the entire city of Memphis welcomes, congratulates the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition on its return to Memphis, given on this day by Martavius Jones, Memphis City Council, and Frank Covette, Chairman, and I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councilman Jones, seconded by Councilman Ford. Would y'all like to say something, Miss Tennessee?
Yes, thank you so much. All right, well, this made me sound really great, so hopefully I can live up to it just slightly. But I want to thank a couple people. First, Dean Dennis, the Senior VP and General Manager of Renaissance Convention Center, Trey Giutini, the Director of the Cannon Center for the Performing Arts, Kevin Kane, who President and CEO of Memphis Tourism, the Albrights, the board, and also Lynn Sittler and Councilman Jones as well for bringing this to the table. This resolution means a lot more than just on the paper, and I want to thank every councilman and councilwoman for taking your time to consider us as a relevant competition in the state of Memphis. We give away over $100,000 in academic scholarships every single year. Thank you. Thank you for that. And that goes to women like me across the state. You don't have to be Miss Tennessee to walk away with academic scholarships. Each woman walks away with at least $1,500 in academic scholarships every single year. And I've earned almost $25,000 in scholarships myself. And so I want each of you to know, and anyone that gets to watch this online, to know that this is such an incredible opportunity, and it lowers barriers for women to access higher education, just like myself. We have had Miss Tennessee crowned now for the first time in 68 years. This July, I was crowned in Memphis, and we are coming back next year, and it's just such an exciting time. Anytime that Miss Tennessee is in West Tennessee, we will be here in Memphis, and it means a lot to have your support. And lastly, as we are celebrating Election Day today, I want to share what I do with my year as Miss Tennessee. I run an organization called Vote with a Vision, and we do civic literacy education for school children in a nonpartisan setting, and we register high school seniors to vote across our state. And so I want to encourage each of you to participate, support, or at least come and attend next summer at the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition, where I will crown my successor in this full-time job, and also tune in December 16th for Miss America, where I will represent not only Memphis, but my hometown in Middle Tennessee of Springfield and the entire state. Thank you so much for this honor, and thank you, Councilman Jones.
Thank you.
Council President and council members, it is indeed an honor to be recognized in this fashion. And so, in exchange, I want to announce that this coming year, the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition will be held from June 19th to June 25th in Memphis. And further, that as CEO and chair of the board of the Miss Tennessee Scholarship Competition, we are further designating Memphis as the home city for West Tennessee in our competition across Tennessee. So thank you for the incredible support and sponsorship that you have given us. We continue to look for no less in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Memphis, before you leave, we just have a token of our appreciation for you. Thank you. And the certificate. Yes. Sure.
All right, thank y'all very much. Without objection, so moved. Madam Comptroller, call item 3.
Item number 3 is a resolution honoring Mr. Harrison D. McIver III, Esquire, for his commitment to justice. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Jones.
Thank you very much. Madam Comptroller, please clear our screen and bring up item 3.
There'll be a slight delay for the screen to clear.
Okay. In the meantime, it's been moved by Councilman Jones, seconded by Vice Chair Lady Swearingen, seconded by Councilman Ford, no, seconded by Vice Chair Lady Swearingen. All right, Councilman Jones, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, unfortunately, the McIvers had a previous obligation and they're not able to attend. So I just want to take a point of personal privilege and recognize this couple who will be relocating from Memphis to Charleston, South Carolina. But both have served, maybe not in an elected office, but they've basically served this community. Mr. McIver, for nearly 20 years, or perhaps 20 years, served as the president and CEO of the Memphis Area Legal Services. And for those who may not be familiar with the services they typically provide legal services and consultation for individuals who may not, in various capacities, may not be able to afford an attorney. And his wife, Mrs. Laurice McIver, has served as an assistant director for the Memphis Public Library System. But I've come to know them over the years. They are a great couple. They are an asset to Memphis. But before they left Memphis, I just wanted to give them a token of their appreciation for the public service, in a sense, that they provided to Memphis and in Shelby County. And I'll make sure to give both of these certificates. So if we can take both of these together, Mr. Chairman, I would so move.
Outstanding. Moved by Councilman Jones, seconded by Vice Chair Lady Swearingen. Seeing no members of the queue, without objection, so ordered. All right.
He said.
Go ahead, and for the record, let's go ahead and call in item 4 real quick. Councilman Jones, I'm going to go ahead and call 4 just so we get it in the record. Go ahead and call it, please.
Item number 4 is a resolution honoring Mrs. Laurice McIver for her impactful work in Memphis, Tennessee. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Jones.
Thank you very much. Been moved by Councilman Jones, seconded by Council Lady Easter Thomas. Without objection, so ordered. All right. Madam Comptroller, call item 6, please.
Item number 6 is a resolution approving the Murray Farms Plan Development at the subject property located at the northwest corner of Appling Center Cove and Murray Farms Road. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is PD 21-17.
Thank you very much. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee met, heard a presentation. We did not give it a recommendation, but with that, Administrator Whitehead and the applicant are on hand. And with that, I move it to the floor.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and get everybody introduced. Applicant, can I just get your name and address for the record, please? Scrappy, can I have your name and address for the record, please? I need your name and address, please.
That's what I usually do. Homer Brannon, 999 South Shady Grove.
Thank you very much. And for the opposition, I believe there is Betty Jobbins and Gary Walker. Are you still with us? All right, can y'all come to the front just so that we can have this? Colleagues, this case was heard in committee. Staff is on hand should we need any presentations. Since I have 2 cards, 2 minutes apiece, we'll give 4 minutes per side. Starting, sir?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for some additional time? I've got several people that need to speak on this item. Can we have an additional 10 minutes?
12 minutes each side.
12 minutes each side.
10 minutes?
12.
12 minutes. Okay?
All right, applicant, we've got your name and address. Go ahead and get started. Every time anybody comes up to the podium, I'm going to need your name and address for the record. Opposition, why don't y'all have a seat right over there? I'm going to come to y'all next. Let's get a 12-minute clock. Good to go. Go ahead and start.
Do you want me to start? Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, this is an economic development case. It's off of the interstate, close to an interchange. There is a great need for distribution in this community. Several real estate gentlemen have told me that we're basically running out of distribution and we need more of it. And this is the perfect place for distribution on the I-40, which is close, not very far from the new Ford plant. And we think, according to our real estate expert, that there will be a lot of inquiries, and there already have been a lot of inquiries about additional distribution. We have got a contract with Ajax, a distributor here in Memphis, and he wants to stay in Memphis. His lease is up at the end of next year. He wants to build a building and bring his 125 employees with the possibility of 30 or 40 more new employees to this location. We think it'll be good for the neighborhood, and we think that we've built in protections for the neighborhood, which Ms. Brenda will speak on in a few minutes. I would like to introduce the fact that Robert Myers, one of the owners of the property, is here. Brenda Salamito Baser is here to help present this case. Mike Davis, our engineer, is here, and we have Mr. Ron Kent, who I would like to call at this time from Ajax to speak on their behalf.
All right, Mr. Kent, could I go ahead and get your name and address and then share?
Okay. My name is Ronald Kent. My address is 6435 Masters Drive. First of all, I would just like to say good evening to everyone. I've been working for the beer company for 34 years, and I'd like to introduce my owner. This is Jeff Turner. Would you please stand? And this is his son, Patrick Turner, that has moved here to the city. Okay, we're going to turn it back over to Brenda and let her come up and present the case. Okay. No.
Okay. All right.
Ms. Baser, could I have your name and address?
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brenda Salamito Baser, Salamito Land Planning, 1779 Kirby Parkway, Memphis. We have a brief slide presentation, but we received some of the handouts from committee earlier today. And again, this application is a request for a plan development that allows selected EMP uses. These uses are light office distribution, light manufacturing, and also some warehousing with light distribution. There's no heavy manufacturing at all permitted at this site. As you can see on the screen, that is the site, proximity to Interstate 40, Fletcher Creek. You have the Forest Hill Cemetery to the west, the two residential subdivisions north and south, and then you will have Bellevue Baptist and Goodlet Farms, which also is office distribution. You have a Witten interchange. Several years later, you had the Appling interchange. Then Appling Road became a commercial and a highway commercial and a employment center road. We also will show you two planned developments within close proximity to this site. That is the Appling Farms Business Park, which is adjacent to the Hillshire to the south, And then also you will have the Appling I-40 Northwest PD, which also permits EMP and highway-type commercial uses. So in looking at the Memphis 3.0 and the recommendations from staff, we certainly understand, but the 3.0 is a comprehensive plan. It looks at things from a much higher level. Part of this property is going to be held in conservation, which is consistent with the CA zoning. The part that is not in the floodplain and is not in the floodway is developable, just like the property to the east and to the north and also to the south. We have consistent zoning surrounding ours with the requested zoning that we have. If you look up there, you can see the direct access from the west comes in with a developable Murray Farms Road, proposed Ajax site, the first with two other similar, smaller distribution or office distribution type uses. If you look to the far west of the site, the applicant, property owner, has agreed to dedicate and preserve in a conservation easement the 57 acres that will be forever held natural, or work with an agency such as the Wolf River Conservancy, who's helping to guide us through this process for trails and passive recreation. We've looked at this, and from an engineering standpoint, there will not be any damage to the existing floodway or the floodplain. The detention pond, retention pond, will be the source for holding the storm water, or it will go directly into the city system. You also know this is in a sensitive drainage basin, Fletcher Creek, and there's also a sewer issue here. These three uses, these three buildings, are not a high generator of sanitary sewer, as if you had 200 residences or hotels or a school. None of those uses would be able to locate here, perhaps because of the sewer. So with this, I want to talk a little bit more about the conservation easement. This is our proposed condition, outline plan conditions, that is guaranteeing that this will happen, and it will happen immediately. Next slide. You see there we have the Ajax site with the buffers, and we revised our site plan after Land Use Control Board. And working with the Ajax company, and this is a plan development, so the zoning, you're going to prepare these concept plans for maximum build out. So we have revised this plan to show the Ajax site with its full growth potential. That is the reason for the change in the site plan. This is a real building with the real access and circulation. All loading will happen inside. There's no cross traffic between the residential to the north because you're bordered by Fletcher Creek, and there's no crossing across that creek. And then there's the tall trees and the natural buffer area, but there is no physical connection to the north or to the south. All traffic will go in and out of the Murray Farms Park Road to the Appling Farms Parkway, and then to the Appling interchange at I-40. So long term, this is always planned to be a commercial and employment center location. So we can go past the conservation easement. So these are the existing trees. That is Butterfly Drive looking east. All of those trees will stay. Then you can see easement looking west. That's the existing easement along the southern.
Ms. Baser, two things. Could you speak into the mic and be conscious of your time, because you can reserve the balance of your time for rebuttal, if any?
Absolutely, and any questions that you may have. So I think we do. Yes.
We got 3 minutes?
3.5.
3.5. We'd like for Mr. Turner to speak for Ajax, please.
Okay.
All total, this is a $60 million development. All three buildings should produce about $1,700,000 a year for Memphis and Shelby County.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mr. Turner, can I get your name and address? And might I again recommend you save some time for a rebuttal, if any?
Sure. I'm Jeff Turner with Ajax Distributing Company. I have a residence at 717 Riverside Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. Briefly, our company's been in business for 88 years. I started my grandparents in 1933. We are third and fourth generation owners. My son Patrick moved his family here in Memphis when we purchased the distributorship. We purchased A.S. Barbaro in March 8th, 2019. We're currently leasing a warehouse on Toggle Road. Our lease does run out December of next year, 2022. We are not, for this site, we are not asking the city for any pilot or for TIFs. We just want to be at this site to do our business with our employees. Our warehouse in Clarksville is we've been there since 1997. The proximity of our warehouse is as close as the neighborhood is that we are now. For 24 years, we have never had a complaint in our warehouse. I'm going to thank you, Patrick. Would you like to speak something?
My name is Patrick Turner. I'm 428 Greenfield Road, Memphis, Tennessee. So I'm proud to call myself a Memphian for the past 2 years, and we took a leap of faith and purchased this company here in Memphis by the half of my great-grandfather in 1933. So we moved my family and us to Memphis, and to be honest, we fell in love, and this is where we want to do business. I've got 2 sons that go to school here, that live here. And we want to be here, and and that's the thing is, we purchased Memphis to be in Memphis, and we could have gone a lot of other places, but we chose Memphis, and we ask that you choose us back because we want to be here. We really do. We want to be here day in and day out. We're not inactive owners. We're here every day. I'm in the office every single day. We run our businesses, and we're here when we spend money, and we eat and we dine here, and we really want to be here. So please choose us because we chose you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, you have 30 seconds that you can save for rebuttals, or Mr. Brannon, you can speak and use it up if you'd like.
I'd like to say I'd like for y'all to consider the amendment that we gave to you upstairs and the conditions which provide for the conservation area and for the 6-foot wood fence between the residential property, the TVA easement, and then the houses, which are on the other side of a 225-foot TVA easement. Any other time, we don't have any left in rebuttal?
No, sir. All right.
Thank you very much for your attention, and I appreciate it.
Them's the rules. All right. Gary Walker, Betty Jobbins, would y'all come forward, please? Y'all have 12 minutes between the two of you. You can use all of it, some of it, speak, and, well, I guess you won't be rebutting anything, but you have a 12-minute clock, Madam Comptroller. 12-minute clock. Name and address, please, and we'll roll.
Thank you. My name is Betty Jobbins, and I was born and raised in Memphis, and I live at 7256 Hillshire Drive in the Hillshire subdivision, and we've lived in our home for 31 and a half years. Thank you all for your service to the community and for giving me this opportunity to speak. Zoning laws are put in place for a reason. They're an essential and an important part of a well-planned city. The reason for zoning laws is so that business and industrial developments don't encroach upon the residential areas. This particular development that is before you today plans to elevate the existing ground 15 to 20 feet adjacent to Hillshire subdivision. The runoff of heavy rains from an artificially elevated business park will then flood residential housing. Overflow from Fletcher Creek will then force those floodwaters into our homes and personal residences. I don't care how many holding ponds they dig, it will not be enough to keep our houses from being flooded. Aside from all assurances to the contrary, it is already affecting our property values. People are moving out of our neighborhood just at the mere possibility of such an industrial park in our backyard. One man across the street sold his house for $190,000. And he told me yesterday, he said, "You can't fight City Hall." Well, I hope I'm not fighting City Hall. I hope that I'm appealing to my city council members, men and women, that represent us, and put yourself in my place, in our place, all the people in our neighborhood. People, like I said, people are already moving out, but I'm not moving. The psychology says fight or flight. Well, I don't feel like flight. I feel like fight, and I want to fight for my home and for my neighborhood. I beg you, please retain the value and safety of our homes. Please put yourself in our place. Vote no on this proposal before you today. And thank you again for giving me this chance.
Thank you, Ms. Betty. Gary, can I get your name and address, and we'll go ahead and start, and please share.
My name is Gary Walker. I live at 7327 Hillshire, Memphis, Tennessee. Good evening. I sent all members of the City Council an email last Monday, October 25th. Attached was a copy of the speech I gave at the Land Use Control Board where this development was rejected. The Daily Memphian ran a paper, but me and my grandson were there. He talks about it all the time in middle school now. So it was rejected by them. So what do? They double the size. This is the plan that was rejected. They doubled the size of the warehouses. They added 3.5 acres by adding a parking lot. So nobody wants this, so you make it worse, and you bring it to y'all. I don't understand that. If there, more than double the square foot, you had 3.5 acres. The business side of the warehouses, you move to the residential areas. This is where I live, right here. It puts 26 properties right here at the end of the street in a bottleneck. In other words, in my front door, I would have industrial. Out my back door, I would have residential. I have Bell's right here that's bought this property that they're going to develop 30 feet from my back door is what they've been approved, I guess. And now you're going to have this, a football field away from my front door. So this is a development that's been rejected by the 3.0 plan, the Division of Planning and Development, the Land Use Control Board, and over 300 people that I got to sign a petition in front of my house who came together to protest this. Nobody wants this. I don't understand why we're talking about it. Property values, these gentlemen told me to go to Hickory Hill. I went to Hickory Hill. I looked up the tax records for Pathway subdivision. Their tax revenue is down 29%. Our tax revenue is up 26%. That's a 60% swing. I blame the warehouses and the industrialization of the neighborhoods. I used to manage a Cecil's grocery store in Hickory Hill 20 years ago. That neighborhood was flourishing. There was businesses everywhere. Now you go out there, Target's gone, it's desolate. I don't want to say anything bad about the people who live there because it's a nice neighborhood and I'm sure they're doing their best, but there are warehouses everywhere. Mr. Turner, I'm sure, is very nice and runs a very nice business, but he's not the only business we would have to deal with. There are 2 other warehouses. I mean, who's going to run those?
Sir, if you want to take your mask down, you're perfectly
I
fine.
went to McLean, which is right down the street behind the Walmart off of Whitten. They deliver Kentucky Fried Chicken, food type things to warehouses. Behind their warehouse right here, which Fletcher Creek is right here, is all this garbage. Trucks open with pallets sitting out where rats can get in. You got all this is garbage. Dolly wheels. There's big balloons that they use, I guess, as packing containers, like you see if you get your Amazon box that blows up. I mean, it's horrible. Their parking lot looks great. Parking lot is clean. They pushed it all off into this field. So between them and Fletcher Creek. So that's what we're gonna have. I asked them last night at the meeting, how can you say that this is not going to happen to us? Well, there are laws and there are this and there are that. Okay, those laws are in place now. It's not helping. You know, we don't need to industrialize our neighborhoods. Yeah, you know, I don't know what else to say than that. I don't think anybody would want to walk out their front door and their back door and see warehouses. That's all I have to say.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Seeing as that there is no rebuttal, y'all still have 5 minutes. Do you have anything else you wish to share?
One more thing.
You go ahead and take your mask
My
down.
husband took this picture, so I want to make sure y'all see it.
Go ahead and take your mask down so I can hear you.
I just wanted to show this picture that my husband took of Appling Farms Road, because the one that they took only showed like 1 or 2 cars. It's usually like this, especially certain times of the day. And I just can't see adding more traffic to it's just a 2-lane road with a bike trail, which I wouldn't ride a bike on that road. I think it'd be dangerous, but so I don't know if y'all want to pass this around, or can you see this?
I can see it.
School bus terminal is just opened there, first student school bus terminal. So we have school.
Anybody want
We have school buses that line up right there all day long, going in and out. They opened up the open inspection station.
All right. Ms. Jobbins, Mr. Walker, I'll approve if y'all want to hand that out. Hand it to Officer Young. He will pass it around. Y'all have about 4 minutes left if y'all wish to continue sharing. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the brunt of this issue for me is the floodplain and runoff. And I'm wondering, I've heard from both sides. I'm wondering, could we possibly hear what remediation has been done to make sure there will not be any damage from floodplain runoff? And how do we know that's appropriate?
Thank you, Councilman. I'm going to introduce Mike Davis with the Reeves firm, who is working on the civil plans and can explain. And they've done a great deal of work on other plan developments in close proximity to this development. So they will be able to tell you about the entire basin.
What is the Reeves firm? What is that?
Mike, give me your name and address and then explain what the Reeves firm does, please.
Okay, my name is Mike Davis, 6800 Poplar Avenue, Reeves Firm. I'm principal in charge of land planning at that firm. The 50% portion of this property that is within the 100-year flood and the floodway is not going to be developed. There will be a borrow area and a small portion of it in order to fill for the back warehouse. But in the end, that will be a lake. There will also be detention requirements involved for each one of the buildings per city engineering. In terms of flooding, our buildings will be elevated because they have docks, but the sites themselves will not be elevated. They're already above the 100-year floodplain. So water travels from the Hillshire community north through our property and to the creek, both to the north and to the west, so that we in no way will impede water leaving the Hillshire development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you much, Councilman Warren. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I understand it, there was a community meeting held, I believe, a couple of days ago, and I really wanted to hear some feedback from Councilwoman Logan as it relates to that. I'm not sure if she's in the queue, but something I want to hear before I have to cast my vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for the applicant. Is there a projected use of the 2 additional distribution centers at this time?
My name is Stan Myers. I live at 925 Myrtlewood Cove, Collierville. I'm with the JLL brokerage firm. I represent the ownership on the marketing of the property. What is the focus here? Those would be light industrial uses. They would not in any way be heavy industrial. So it would just be distribution of product. That'd be retail or other means of distributing product throughout the Memphis area. So that's the primary demand that we've seen for the property.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for the presentation. Councilman Smiley, thank you for noting that. We did hold a town hall meeting. Councilman Canali and myself held a town hall meeting last night. It was the second public meeting. I think there was a public meeting before, but we wanted to make sure that everyone in the communities that surround the property in question, that they had all the information that was there and available for the residents to make an informed decision. As representative, that's what we are here to do, to make sure that the information is accurate and that it's given to the neighbors and the community and the residents. I will say that there was opposition from the community. They were emphatic about not wanting the property, the development there. However, I do want to also say that the developers gave a great presentation in terms of what their intentions were. The business that Ajax seems to be a very responsible community partner. They did give a lot of concessions. The neighbors noted that they would like to have had a park area or some type of recreational area usage of this property. And the Murrays, they did offer 57 or 67 acres of this property around Fletcher Creek as a preserved area that could not be developed in the future. One thing that I did note is that this is private property, and at any point it could be, even after this council is sitting here, it could be developed later at a higher use, industrial use. So the actual plan that was given was one that really took in consideration the neighborhood and how it could mitigate things that would be adverse for the neighborhood. But I did note that there was no one in favor of this from the neighbors present, and those that I've seen on Nextdoor, those that I've seen on social media. So that's why we called the meeting. But I would like for more information to be shared by Josh, Mr. Whitehead's department, if that is okay, Chair. Okay. It was noted about Memphis 3.0, and if you all could just speak to why you all gave that recommendation.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, Josh Whitehead, the zoning administrator for Memphis and Shelby County. So there is a map that is the main component of Memphis 3.0, and it color codes every parcel in the city of Memphis. And that color code coordinates with a desired future land use. Now, for this particular parcel, that was identified as parkland. And I think what happened was the aerial photograph showed this property as a one of our darkest hues of green, natural green, because it's so forested, and the algorithm pushed out parkland. Well, thankfully, that one map is not the be-all and say-all, because you could make an argument that if we were going to hold the property owner to that color code, we have inversely condemned his property as unusable. Well, the map is not the only thing we look at. The number 2 component for determining consistency with Memphis 3.0 are adjacent land uses and zoning. So this is a long, roughly rectangular lot. At the far east end, you do have industrial uses. So that's adjacent industrial land uses, not too far from the desired industrial land uses in the main property. The same could be said on the far west end. There's some commercial adjacent land uses. But what was the kicker for us is not that green map and not the east and the west on the 2 skinny sides of the rectangle, but the residential on the long sides of the rectangle, to the north and to the south, which are exclusively single-family residential. And we did not find that a industrial use, which is several steps above a single-family residential use, would be consistent with that existing residential use, and as Ms. Shute-Diggs mentioned at committee, the future development of the remaining adjacent vacant properties.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilman Canale, you're recognized. Want me to go to Carlisle? Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Administrator Whitehead, for that explanation. But on the usage, typically the idea is severity, right? So we're talking more typically moving from higher intensity uses into lower intensity uses. And does that not take into consideration the buffers that are there, almost a football field in length? So if it were developed, it could be less severity of use, but because the buffer is there as green space, that could enact as what is lessening the severity of use, which would typically occur with development, but now it's green space.
That is absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct, and without a planned development, this would have been even more inconsistent. But through the planned development process, as we all know, we can add, we staff, we applicant, but most importantly, we council can add conditions to that approval.
And I think that's the key, Mark. I understand the position of some of the neighbors, and I understand the unique nature of the site. Having the floodplain issues in the natural area and the buffers in themselves almost the length of a football field, I think is a significant help in lessening the severity of the use, meaning you probably almost won't be there. As for the height of the building, in the resolution, it's maxed out at 40 feet. The 25,000 square foot base square footage, all of that is in there. They cannot pull construction permits and build outside of those uses. So there's no gotcha after the fact, especially when you're talking about this kind of investment. These are very serious, sophisticated developers, building. JLL is a national firm. Reeves Firm is a well-known engineering firm. They're not going to stamp their names and go out there and build something that they're not allowed to build by law. The other thing that I'll say is, and this is a tough one at times when you're talking about a firm that, when it was A.S. Barbaro and now it's Ajax, it's creating 60 or 70 jobs. They have an opportunity to get out and on to Appling, on to 40 for distribution purposes. I understand why they selected the site. And the last thing I'll say about the future uses too is it all has to happen at once, because if you're the developer of the property, you're not going to invest the time and capital to do one portion of it in a segmented way in bits and pieces. You have to have one master plan to take out to the marketplace, or you're just going to stop it in its tracks. So we can't divide it up. That's just not a good place to be. And last comments, and I understand the position of some of the neighbors in the neighborhood. In my entire career, have maybe had two developments where people were coming out in support almost every time you do something in a neighborhood meeting, the majority of people that are coming out against it. And it doesn't mean that support doesn't exist. Most of the time, those people are just going on about their lives. You usually typically only hear from people that are against something. And so it always has a negative impact to somebody, adverse, whether it's a subdivision, a single family home, or a large industrial use is going to impact somebody. The question is as you look in the context of the larger neighborhood, is this a benefit to Memphis by job creation, investment, real estate taxes, activating a previously green, a previous green space, or is it not? And if we think this is going to be a better benefit to Memphis, then we probably need to vote for it. And if not, then don't. I personally think that the investment that they're going to make in the property, the natural conservation area, the benefit to the floodplain, and the natural buffer and the amount of compromise that's gone on seems like they want to be good partners and seems like it's going to be ultimately a benefit to Memphis. So I'll be supporting this. And I also understand from the neighbors, they're probably, dog cussing me because I don't understand that they've got to live through this. But the reality is a football field away is not living through it. That's a hell of a buffer. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Councilman Canale, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, what I would say to each of you is that all good projects have compromise. And I think that the property owner and the applicant have come long ways towards compromise in getting a deal done. You can't let perfect cloud good because there's a lot of good in this. Alternatively, there could be a lot of bad if this project is voted down today. This body voted a truck terminal in Councilwoman Robinson's district not too long ago with a buffer that was a third of this size. I would be willing to bet you that there's neighborhoods in South Memphis that would gladly take light industrial over a waste transfer facility or a truck terminal. So colleagues, remember, this is a good company with good paying jobs. We talk constantly about good paying jobs here in the city of Memphis. This family is a great family that does that, and they want to be a good partner in the city of Memphis. So that being said, I would appreciate everyone voting in favor of this project today. I think it is an added addition to the city. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councilman Canale. Quick question. Is this building only 25,000 square feet? Is that correct? Homer, how big is the building? How big is Ajax?
I'm sorry?
How big is this building for Ajax?
Initially 125 with the possibility of expansion to 300.
Okay. Colleagues, before I came to the council, I served on Land Use Control Board and Board of Adjustment, and I saw a bunch of cases, and really neighbors get after neighbors in these kinds of things if you support it or against it, and there tends to be bad blood, especially if you support it. I sympathize to the neighbors. I mean, you've enjoyed a lot of wooded area. By converse, though, we have a company that, and I'm glad Councilman Canale brought up SIA, because that is a much larger facility with much less buffer, actually. We're talking about, I think we were told there were trees that are 50 to 100 feet, and the building will not peak that. Neighbors, the foot candles off of the parking lot lighting will not spill over into your property, not the least of which they've got to go 150 plus feet. So, colleagues, it's never easy, and I sympathize, because on planning and zoning, you're never not going to have a neighbor or several come up. But at the end of the day, what I look at, and I particularly look for, is I look for an applicant that is willing to meet with a neighbor, in this case, one additional time, who is willing to give up something like 50 acres to what in essence is a park. I don't, maybe Josh can correct me on this, I've never heard of that happening. So I see this as No, you don't want this in your backyard, but at the same time, what I would submit to you is you have an applicant that is not a super high intensity usage, giving you a buffer that for all practical purposes is going to make that building disappear. So colleagues, I respect what you're going through, but this is a good development. After all this time and seeing all these different things, this is a good applicant. They are bending over backwards. I will be in support. Councilman Jones, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Canali, thank you for bringing up that SIA project, because as one who was adamantly opposed to it, mainly because I grew up in that neighborhood, and my best friend growing up, his father called me and said, "Hey, please don't put this in my neighborhood. Please don't put this in my neighborhood." But a few months ago, I had a chance to see him, and I just wanted to say, "Hey, how did things pan out over there?" And he said, they've been good neighbors. And so, I do have some concerns about this property, just from the standpoint, if it were if Ajax was going to be the sole tenant or occupant in that general area, I know what they do. However, when we're talking about the additional distribution facilities, will they have the same hours? I think it was Ajax represented themselves to say, look, we run an 8 to 5, Monday through Friday type of operation, but do we have any assurances that the possible tenants that will be occupying the other areas will be operating along the same guises as Ajax?
Ms. Baser, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman Jones, part of the outline plan conditions with this plan development requires a site plan review by the Land Use Control Board for the other two buildings. So we're showing you more or less a concept now, and if approved, we will be filing this Thursday for site plan for Ajax to go to the Land Use Control Board. So they will also go through the next level. So the other two properties will also have to do the same, which with regard to landscaping, building elevations, additional plantings, parking lot landscapings, and then to make sure that everything falls in line with what we have presented as the limited uses in the outline plan conditions. There's a lot of the things that would normally be permitted in EMP that have been excluded. Thank you. And also, because I know this is also important, the applicant is not asking for any tax incentives.
Okay. And then as I looked at the site plan, I noted it would seem like it's almost a fork, if you would, perhaps one somewhat going eastward sort of going northward to enter this property, but then sort of going to the south a bit to enter the residential neighborhood, but it's not necessarily the same path, if you would. Am I looking at that
Right. No,
correct?
sir. So there is only one point of entry to the development, and it is via the public stub that's there. Maybe we can put the site plan up, and we can kind of illustrate a little bit better.
Well, where I was looking at it is that I didn't see really an opportunity for what would be the residential, these heavier trucks sort of going into the residential area, almost like a wide fork way.
Right. There's no physical connection.
Residential would be one, cars would be one, and the heavy trucks would be in a different direction.
There's no physical connection between
Gotcha.
the two. No, sir.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Very good. All right. I see no other members in the queue. I assume you're ready to vote. This was moved by Councilman Canali, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote. This is item 6. Cast your votes.
As amended.
As amended.
As amended. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thanks. Thanks, Josh.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson abstained. Jones, yes. Logan, no. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen abstained. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 8, please, Madam Comptroller.
Thank you very much.
Item number 8 is a resolution approving the closure of a section of Michigan Street between East Virginia Avenue and East E.H. Crump Boulevard. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from October 19th. The case number is SAC 21-06.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilman Canale?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was heard at the October 19th regular meeting. We held it for Shelby Electric to get in touch with PB&J Towing and see if they could work out a compromise. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move it to the floor.
It's been moved by Councilman Canale. I need a second. Seconded by Vice Chair Lady Swearingen. Okay, our applicants, Mr. Smith and Mr. Kennedy. Raise your hands, you guys. Okay, and our PB&J Towing is Patrick Lawrence. There you are, sir. Come on down. Okay, let's go ahead and do it the way we've been doing it. I have cards from the two gentlemen of Shelby Electric and one from PB&J Towing. Are you still in opposition, sir? Yes. You are still in opposition. Thank you very much. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our applicant, Shelby Electric. Would y'all come up? Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Smith? Let's do this. Go 4 minutes per side. That'll work, and give your name and address.
Can I request total 5 minutes, please?
5 minutes, sounds good. Okay.
Cole Bryan, Shelby Electric Company, 96 E.H. Crump. I brought a slideshow with us. I'll run through it real quick, and then I'll turn over to the much smarter people that are here today. As you're aware, probably hopefully remember, I'm a co-owner of Shelby Electric Company. The attachment you see is some paving damage. It's just a snippet of what is now on the city's responsibility to pay for, as far as the 500 foot of this road is currently city property, and it is in bad need of repairs as it stands. Can you go to the next slide, please? This is current damage to the north end of Michigan, which what you see is city property. That's guardrail, fencing, and bridge that has been installed and paid for by the city that has been damaged by trucks trying to use that radius and actually go north and south on Michigan like we spoke about last week. Next slide, please. That is the front entrance off of Virginia to PB&J Towing, which we referenced last week, as in my point to you as Shelby Electric Company is we are a community improver. We always have been. We are trying to continue that. This is the current state of the opposition as which it stands. Next slide, please. We have a letter of opinion from a professional traffic engineering firm. We have a representative here today, Matt Kennedy. We, based on the council's request last week, we met. We felt it necessary to actually do an independent study of the traffic as to what adverse effects could this place. I'm going to let Mr. Matt Kennedy comment on that in a second. Next slide, please. This is one of, these are, so we did a little tally on some of the expenses that it would cost the city to bring that up to MUTCD code. There's no stop signs, there's no stop bars, there's no crosswalks. There's currently nothing, no striping, no anything on this street, which, as we all know, should be. The next slide, please. Next slide shows about, okay, so this is the certified letter that we sent to Mr. Lawrence requesting his attendance at a meeting with fellow community members to discuss this topic. Represented at this meeting were local police departments, both precincts, Main Street and Crump, the mayor's office, as well as multiple local businesses within a 1 mile radius of that road that were all familiar with this topic and had been present at previous discussions. Next slide, please.
Just a reminder, your side has 2 minutes.
Yes. And that is it. I asked two things. Shelby Electric Company's had plenty of opportunities to move. We want to stay in Memphis. Next thing is I asked the council to afford me the same opportunity they afforded PB&J when they gave him the other half of the road. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. May I have your name and address, sir?
My name is Matt Kennedy, 9180 Crestwood Hills Drive, Memphis. I'm a professional traffic operations engineer as well as a professional engineer. And if you could pull up that last figure 1. Or the letter, either one.
Okay.
Stop the clock, please. Yeah, I'll give him a couple extra seconds. Start it.
Third page. Thank you. So the property in question is the top left corner, 788 South Main Street, also known as PB&J Towing. We did a route analysis as well as a turning movement analysis at the intersection of Michigan Street and Virginia Street. And the red is the proposed closure, and the green is one accessible route, and the orange is another accessible route. I will note that the red route for larger vehicles will require 3-point turns and excessively slow speeds. I pause time.
Frank Smith, 303 Kenilworth Place, right in front of the amazing Overton Park. Thank you for your work there. Keep up the good work. I'm here in full support. I get to be involved in a lot of projects, one of which is right across the street from Shelby Electric, 10 acres. It used to be the Pigeon Thomas Iron Building, which was blight for a long time. I'm pleased to say it's not anymore, but I got to know the owners of many businesses in this area. Rod and Jim Maddox with Tri-State Tuck would be examples of that, and Cole and Shelby Electric team have worked so hard to create
Sir, your time is up.
Beauty, and I thank you for your support.
Outstanding. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Lawrence, please come forward. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Patrick Lawrence, PB&J Towing, 788 South Main. I'd like to pass these around for the record, let you read on the facts of the situation. I use the street every day. I've been there 36 years. 90% or 100% of our access comes in our back gate. We're in the tollway business. They come the front window and pay, they come out the back. We use that street to go in and out of, check our loads. It's not a lot of traffic. There are two city signs, no parking anytime. There's an old faded one up against the wall. Up and down Virginia Street, there's no sidewalks there. I can take you to places in South Memphis. There's no sidewalks. There's no stop signs. I mean, we know this is, goes on everywhere. As far as the meeting I was invited to, it was a cleanup meeting that Schuler and some city people, they evidently are trying to clean the area up. I'm all for that. I'm zoned HI. I can do anything there. I've been told by the council, by the code enforcement I can. We're working on cleaning up the brick that I took down out of the Ellis building behind the Orpheum. And I'm gonna have that done before I go for my court date on December 6th. I don't mind getting along, but I'd have access, and that's for a thoroughfare. It benefits only one person, Shelby Electric. It doesn't benefit the citizens to the comfort, convenience, or access of that road. That road is used. It's an outlet to not go to the light and deal with the traffic. When they had the bridge closed, it was an excellent port of exit entry to come in to my property and get in and out. We create revenue. We keep 10 or 15 employees. I'm not as large as him. I think that at this point, he's 102 years. We could probably wait on this, and I think there's some issues. Is this even legal or not? Can I pass these around? Everybody get a copy of it? Somebody pass it around.
Please, Cedric, I approve.
Okay. Anyway, at the end of the day, I'm asking you to vote against it. I use this. And by the way, Shelby Electric in the past, prior to maybe him owning it, has tried to close that road and y'all voted against it. That's been many moons ago, but it has happened. I've spoken to some people that used to work there, and they said it was a problem that they tried to overcome, they couldn't. And this is a thoroughfare. It's come out both ends. This isn't a situation where you're coming into a dead-end street. I think if you'll read my 3 or 4 paragraphs, it speaks for itself. I'd like to table this thing, maybe have council get with my council and make some decisions based on the information we come up with. We definitely got some issues here to look at. At the end of the day, I hope it's a good day and we can come to a conclusion, have a little more time to have the 2 councils discuss this. I understand his presence and feelings. I certainly want y'all to understand mine. I use this road every day. Our trucks use it every day. And it takes the pressure off Main Street and Crump at that light. It makes it real easy for me to get in and out of my place. Appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Lawrence, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds, but the applicant used all their time, so there's no rebuttal. Now we'll go to council questions. Council Lady Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, so much for the opportunity. I need to ask the question again. You use Michigan Street every day.
I do. I drive that every single day, about 3 or 4 times a day.
Bringing down your trucks or towing, what are you doing?
Our tow trucks come through there, yeah. I come in because it's a lot easier to slide past the light and make that left and come in and to go out and hit 55 because generally we're going to hit 55 and head out to the city.
Okay, thank you for that information. Now, Chair, in general, I'm not for the city giving away any property, but I did go by there, and I can definitely see how electric could benefit from having it there. But I was not under the impression that you used that street every day. I thought you were basically using the other side street and not Virginia. To me, it seems like a pretty tough turn for you to turn from Crump onto Michigan. So, if you say you use it, but if we're going to consider this, I would say we need to add to the resolution that the property cannot be built on and they cannot sell the property, that they really actually want to have the street closed. But I'm definitely not for giving any property away to any person free of charge. Those are my comments. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you. They can't build on it anyway. There's easements, utility, well, if they did, they would be in real hard shape because the minute our friends at MLGW or Public Works need to come work on a water line or a utility line, they're going to tear that building to pieces without even asking permission. So they'll never build on it anyway. The benefit, though, is that they're required to maintain that street at their sole expense while we have access to it, and it becomes a tax-producing parcel of real estate. My question, Mr. Lawrence, for you is you said this is 100% of your access, but you have a gate you have ingress and egress off of Main Street. Is that correct?
Yeah, we keep that one closed and the customers come out the back gate because their car's in the back lot.
But that is an option. You guys have made an operational decision to use only Virginia.
There is access there, but it doesn't fit my program for the way it's set up.
Okay. And then as far as the radius, to your point, you have additional real estate that's green space today that could be used as a radial improvement.
I got real estate, what, sir?
The southwest corner of your property today has brick piles and some vehicles that are sitting on it, but it is green and open and could be improved if access due to lack of radius is an issue.
I wouldn't put access there. That's the buildings they knocked down. It's not stable to build up. It was just buried over. I'm cleaning up my problem right there. Okay, and I don't think this is the forum to discuss it. We're talking about a road closure. We're not talking about what's going on with my property.
Well, that's your opinion. It's not mine. The good news is I've got what's that now?
I'm entitled to it.
You certainly are, but we're having a discussion now because, in my opinion, it has an impact on the road closure. When you make a claim that 100% of your access is one ingress and egress, and the fact of the matter is you have a second ingress and egress off of Main Street that you choose not to use. And there was a video that we watched last time where a truck was moving in, and I didn't see much of an issue. Now, we can ask the gentleman from Fisher Arnold, who's an engineering expert. We can bring in traffic engineering. We talk to Josh. if you're going to talk about vehicular safety, having overflow traffic, meaning people that are impatient enough that they don't want to wait for the light at Crump and Main for access onto the road. What do you think, Josh? What do you think the distance is between the light at Main Street and Michigan? About 150 feet, 100 feet?
The light at Main and Crump to the intersection of Main and Virginia?
No, Michigan and Crump.
150, maybe 200.
So you got a bunch of trucks wanting to make a left-hand turn out of there. That's a problem, especially if they're using it for overflow because they don't want to wait. So
Never had an accident there. 36 years of using it.
That may be, it doesn't mean that it's a good idea from a planning standpoint. And just to the point, Michigan was closed to the benefit of your property. And so now,
Also a dead-end road, too.
well, it's a dead-end road now, isn't it?
I said it's a dead-end road.
Yeah. It T-bones into your property.
Sir, it's a dead-end road. You're correct.
I'm not going to go back and forth with you. I'm not asking you a question.
Okay.
There's a business that's been operating there for 100 years. The business to the north has benefited from it. I understand that it may be operationally annoying or frustrating, but the reality is that it's a road that is deteriorating. There are other alternatives. Honestly, from a vehicular flow standpoint, in general, from general circulation, that road really shouldn't be used the way it is anyway. If we were going to redo the block, you would flow traffic east and west down Virginia to the major arterials. And that is the safest way to do it. For me, I recognize that it is an unsafe environment on that road because of the lack of activity and cars being broken into, and it's becoming more problematic for businesses. And somebody earlier mentioned that's a problem all over the city. That may be true, but here is a solution that will help benefit that business to run a safe operation. So the question is, do you want to take a solution on the table or keep talking about other issues around the city? I'm going to take the solution on the table. That I yield.
Thank you very much, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. First question. We postponed this for 2 weeks. Did you all meet? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, y'all did meet. Okay. Y'all could not come to any conclusion.
Come forward, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Lawrence's representation contacted me yesterday evening, which he's not here today, but so there was multiple things tossed around. We talked about speed bumps, which is a direct OSHA violation. We have forklifts, we got auger trucks. You can't traverse those. We talked about his representation told me last night at 9 o'clock that Mr. Lawrence's only concern was that I was going to put a gate at the north end, which I'm not. I don't want to use it for my own benefit, but not let anyone else use it. We actually want to restrict it totally. So we're going to put a permanent fencing along the same lines that the current existing fencing is there. We're not going to use it either. We don't want to shove traffic on Virginia at our own use. So we've talked about, and I talked multiple times to the police departments about more patrols. This was made as a recommendation from the mayor's office, from people in that meeting, in the community development meeting, with 15 businesses represented. This wasn't even my idea. This was a solution to a problem that would increase tax base for the city, take cost off of the city, help our business, and not hinder anyone on Virginia Street. Thank you.
Okay.
You're gonna put electric gates up at each end?
Whoa, time out, guys.
Okay.
You will answer questions. We are now in council discussion. If councilman wishes to ask you a question, I will turn your mic on. Till then, councilman only. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Where are you all putting the gates now, again?
We're only putting a gate on the south end of the property, which is already an entrance to Shelby. We've got to submit a design for a nice wrought iron fence that's going to complement, Crump, and our 10-year plan is to get the property in much better shape than it was 10 years ago as it is now. In 10 more years, we're going to be better than we are now.
Okay.
Put the gate right there.
Okay, if they're putting the gate right there, okay. I don't see a problem with that. How I asked the other council members, Ms. Johnson, you said, so we need to do some amendments. What was that you just said? Can we go, yeah, I want, yeah, let her
Thank
speak. And then I'd like to call for the question and we can vote on it
I think
with
the
her
amendment should state that the property cannot be sold, nor can anyone build on the property.
Okay.
Would that create an issue for anyone?
Okay, time. Question's been asked. Applicant, do you have an answer?
The property is, we're unable to build on that property. I cannot, I mean, if 27 years from now, someone decided to sell Shelby, it won't be me. I can't comment to a future property owner.
Well, you come to council in that case.
Right.
That's all I know. I will not sell it.
Okay, I mean, then, in that case, I'm suggesting that owner or future owner come back and request it. But I make a motion that we amend the recommendation to include that the property shall not be sold, nor can the individuals build on top of it.
And
perhaps I can shed some light. I hear the amendment as that this particular property shall not be built on, and that if the company is ever sold and or wishes to develop on that property, then they shall come back before the city council. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
I have an amendment moved by Council Lady Johnson, seconded by Councilman Ford. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the friendly amendment is accepted. That is correct. Is Council Lady Johnson, ma'am?
I understand your philosophical position. I'm just trying to think about it logistically. So what you're basically doing is encumbering the title, which could create what happens if the property goes into bankruptcy? So hold on, but this is like this is an actual, like, legitimate problem. He pulls out a mortgage on the property. Can he encumber that? Sure he can, because he owns fee title to it. And you're basically saying that the deed restriction says that he's not allowed to sell this property, but he can encumber it on debt. So he goes bankrupt on it, and it becomes an REO. The bank owns. Now the bank has a title issue, or even a buyer has a title issue. So we're creating a much bigger problem for something. I know this body doesn't feel like it's not its issue, but you're putting him in harm's way, whether he realizes it or not.
As I restated the motion, the amendment, as I understood it, it is if they sell it, not that they cannot sell it. It is if they sell it.
Right.
Okay. So
they have somebody that wants to buy their
that?
business, and they need to sell the asset. They could be hung up in perpetuity by the council, and whether they sell it or not, what happens in bankruptcy then?
That is in fact true. So you object to the amendment?
I'm just wanting us to think about this. I understand where Cheyenne is coming from, Councilwoman Johnson is coming from. I think we're creating a much bigger issue for a smaller problem that may plague him. Look, if you're comfortable with it, I'll lay off, but I think you're running into a buzzsaw, but that's just me.
All right.
Chair.
I still got the floor. Go ahead. Come on.
Councilman Ford remains recognized.
Yeah, because it's time to vote for it. And I would say, hey, let's vote for it with the amendment, everybody. Because I don't think you plan on going nowhere. And you cannot use the property. But because, hey, we're not going to be here forever, but I still want to protect that property, like Ms. Johnson is saying. If another owner comes in there, they will still have to come back to council to make a decision. And how you feel, and I'm going to sit down. I think it's time for us to vote up or down with the amendment, okay? Councilman Carlisle, I understand where you're coming from, but hey, that is my district, and I want you to vote for this right now, and then we'll deal with it down the road. Hey, 15, 20 years, I don't think you're going nowhere. You look kind of young, unless you get sick like I am, sometime, but I don't think you're going nowhere. Y'all been there how many years?
For 102 years.
Okay, 102
can I
years.
comment on my reservation about that is that you have a developer 40 years from now that may actually drive away the ability for me to ever sell my business if that, well, it was part, but now you got to, it's almost a deterrent, but I'll never sell it. I'll own it as long as it's in business. So I would just ask that you're putting something on me that I can't even comment to, that would be a deterrent to a lot of people under a lot of settings, to my grandchildren or great-grandchildren or someone else's children, that I have no idea how to comment.
Okay, I appreciate you, thank you. Hey, I think it's time to vote.
Okay, guys, let's catch everything up. I have an amendment moved, properly seconded by Johnson, seconded by Ford, without
Let me ask
objection.
one question, our attorney, you got something to say about Mr. Wade?
Let's slow down. The way this works is when a street is closed, the title to the property reverts to the properties that are contiguous to the road. Now, if we acquired the land by eminent domain, then it reverts to them and they have to pay us for it. If they dedicated it, it was their land to begin with, and it reverts back to them without payment to us. So it's not like we have the ability to restrict their use of the fee because it was their property to begin with. So if we ever cease using it for a public purpose, it reverts to the property owner, and I don't think we can restrict its use by saying you can't sell it or build on it or do whatever. I think that's kind of where we are now. Josh can confirm that it was dedicated by the prior owner and therefore it reverts to them without condition.
Administrator Whitehead, your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to take that idea a step forward. I found a few Supreme Court cases, Tennessee Supreme Court cases, that say we do not have a fee interest in right-of-way. We have an easement. So the fee interest has always been held by them. We are giving the access easement back. Now, we still hold the utility easement, the sanitary sewer easement, et cetera, but all we're talking about is the access easement. The fee has never been bestowed to the city at all.
Okay. Thoughts on the amendment? Councilor Johnson?
I withdraw the amendment, and I can't support it, no.
All right. The amendment has been withdrawn. Councilman Ford, you wish to call the question?
Call for the question.
Question has been called. All the members are in the queue. The amendment, as I shared, has been withdrawn. I see no other members in the queue. It was moved by Canale, seconded by Swearingen. We have a question? Clarification? Okay. A yes vote approves the closure of this section of Michigan. Okay, so a yes vote closes it. A no vote, it fails. Fair enough? Everybody clear? Assume you're moved by Canale, seconded by Swearingen. Assume you're ready to vote on item 8. Cast your votes.
Please cast your votes.
Present the screen.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, no. Ford, yes. Johnson, no. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen abstained. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Please call item 9.
Item number 9 is a resolution approving a special use permit at the subject property located at 2531 North Watkins Street. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held on October 19th, and the case number is SUP 21-17.
Thank you very much. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was heard in committee. We did not give it a recommendation, but with that, I move it to the floor.
All right, thank you very much. Go over all right, it's been moved, properly seconded. I have only one card, a Russell Bean. All right, are you the applicant, sir? All right, thank you. I see no other cards. Does anybody wish a presentation? Hearing none, I see no questions from the queue. It's been moved by Canale, seconded by Warren. Please cast your votes on item 9. Oh, hold the screen open. Question, Councilor Easter Thomas. All right. Questions withdrawn. Please present the screen for voting on item 9. Please show the votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
We vote on the screen as a special item.
We got to vote on his objection.
Correct. Well, we would. Did you call it? My apologies. That item passes. I apologize, Russell. All right, Madam Comptroller, call item 10, please.
Item number 10 is a resolution approving the Broad Avenue Townhouse Plan Development at the subject property located at the northwest corner of Hollywood Street and Sam Cooper Boulevard. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is PD 21-32.
Thank you very much. Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was heard in committee. We did not give it a recommendation, but with that, I move it to the floor.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councilman Canali, seconded by anyone? Seconded by Council Lady Johnson. Are you my applicant? Please step forward. Give me your name and address. One of you just step forward. Give me your name and address for the record. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Do it again.
Thank you. Kate Haywood, 46 Southeast Yates Road.
Thank you very much. Sergeant Arms, do we have any cards? No opposition, no cards. All right, colleagues, there is no opposition, no cards, but Councilman Canali, you are in the queue. You're recognized.
Yeah, I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that this is a great project. It answers two questions that we talk about a great deal in this city. One is density, and the other is the need for more affordable housing, and this project answers both of those, so I fully support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have, what's going to be the next step with this? Is there anything else that's going to come back to us, Mr. Whitehead?
Again, Mr. Chairman, Josh Whitehead with the Division of Planning and Development. The standard improvement contract will come before you. It's usually on the consent calendar, but what that would do is approve the agreement between the developer through the City Engineering Division on improving the curb and gutter in this area, installing that right in, right out to city specifications, and also importantly, closing the bulb of the cul-de-sac. So that improvement contract, because it's over $50,000, comes to y'all, but that probably won't occur until all of the other zoning entitlements, particularly the Landmarks Commission hearing, is complete.
Okay. So the question that I have is for the developer then. What's going to be the exterior building material?
If I can answer the question for the team. So we are looking at brick and stone to be in complement to the exterior materials across the street at the brick bungalows on Broad.
Okay. So so brick would make up what percent of the composition then?
We're actually looking at a majority of the composition of brick, so 75% and more.
Okay. You know, colleagues, I just say I like to think that I make decisions of here on the council that's going to last well beyond probably my time here on earth. And so with some of the new material that comes out that we don't know how long it's going to last, but we have brick structures around here that have been around for over 100 years. My house is over 100 years old, or close to 100 years old, and brick lasts. So the way that I'm going to approve this is that it's going to be majority brick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you very much, Councilman Jones. It's been moved by Canali, seconded by Johnson. Seeing no other members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on item 10. Please prepare the screen. Cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 11.
Item number 11 is a resolution approving the physical closure of the unnamed alley between North Court, North Claybrook, and Jefferson. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is SAC 21-09.
Thank you very much, Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was heard in committee. We did not give it recommendation, but with that, I need it on my screen so I can move it to the...
Need item 11 on our screens, please.
Move it to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Are you our applicant, sir?
I am. Thank you for the time. Kelly Henderson, Catholic Charities, West Tennessee.
Thank you very much. Real quick, Officer Young, do we have any cards on this? So no opposition? All right, just hang on one second. I see no members in the queue, nobody requesting a presentation. Do you really want to speak, or shall we just vote on it?
Thank you. Please vote.
Outstanding. Some folks get paid by the word when they come up to see us. All right, they already moved the screen, so it's been moved by Canale, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Nobody's in the queue. Cast your votes. Item 11. I apologize, sir. I was not trying to be rude.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colvett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 13.
Item number 13 is a resolution approving the closure of part of Heinemann Avenue and East-West Public Street located immediately east of the intersection of the east line of Henderson Street with the west line of Heinemann Avenue. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from October 19th. The case number is SAC 21-07.
Thank you very much, Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was heard in committee. We did not give it a recommendation. With that, I move it to the floor.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Warren. Mr. Britton, may I have your name and address for the record?
Sir, Dedrick Brittenham. My address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229, Memphis, zip code 38116.
Outstanding. Thank you. Officer Young, do we have any cards on this case? We have no cards, therefore no opposition. We have no speakers in the queue. Do you wish to make a statement, or shall we just go to it? All right, Council Lady Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brittenham. Were you going to prepare to go ahead and talk about the amendments that we made to this?
Yes, Madam Council Lady, and Mr. Whitehead will announce the compromise.
Okay.
Very good. Let's go ahead and proceed forward. Mr. Whitehead, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead again. As I have worn out the County Commission's ears in the last couple weeks, we can't condition zoning. A rezoning is a legislative act that is treated as the same as amending the zoning text. Amending the map is considered amending the entire ordinance. So we have limited options on placing conditions of approval. Well, straightforwardly, we can't place conditions of approval. But what we can do, and I think this would achieve perhaps the goal that Mr. Brittenham is seeking, is limit the amount of commercial land that would be rezoned through this. So instead of rezoning the entire property that's basically 200 feet by 200 feet, north-south to east-west, instead just rezone basically the 100-foot square that is at the southeast corner of the property to the recommended, or the requested CMU3 zoning district, and the balance would be OG, office. And office zoning really is one of our most restrictive zoning districts because it can only allow office. But that would, now staff of course is against this because it's a billboard, but that would at least achieve the compromise that's been struck between the applicant and the district rep. So if amended, I could articulate that a little better when the time to do so arises.
Mr. Chairman?
Please, Mr. Brittenham.
I would add that the staff recommendation originally was OG. So the staff is getting some of what they want.
Come say, come saw.
Mr. Mitchell, the applicant, will agree to this compromise. And thank you, Council Lady Easter Thomas. Thank you.
Who are they? Tennessee. Hang on, Mr. Brenham. Tennessee Prep Academy. Hey, guys. I didn't realize you were here. Welcome. Y'all, you guys, come on in. I didn't realize we had guests. I thought y'all were here to speak.
I'll yield, Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. Britton, we're going to put a temporary hold on our conversation. Y'all come on up. Do I have a coach here or a teacher? There he is. Come on up. Just 2 seconds. Come on up. I apologize. I thought y'all were here to get upset with us for something. So I just, I apologize. Please come up, state your name. Tell me a little bit about yourself, and then we'll let Council Lady Logan talk about it.
Okay. My name is Harold Rayford. I'm the president of Tennessee Preparatory Academy. We're high school, grades 9 through 12. And today I wanted to expose our young men how city council works, just expose them to a different world that they never saw before. And I just appreciate, Ms. Logan for having us here, inviting us, and just want to expose our young men to something different. So, thank you.
All right, great. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to appreciate you all for coming. I wasn't expecting them. It was such a pleasant surprise. We had talked about them observing the process, but I just want to commend you, sir, on how you expose the young men and how you care for the young men. They have a website, and I'm going to send it out to all of you all, but they grind and they really get it in. I really would like for us to really watch them and support them. But thank you for being here. He wanted to bring them here to see how the council works and what the process is, and just engage them and expose them to what we do. And we might have some future, I'm sure we have some future leaders here, so you all stay connected, and you can call my office and we'll keep you contacted as well.
All right, thank you very much, Council Lady Logan. Councilman Warren, you're recognized. Hey, come on, guys. You're not getting out here yet. Councilman Warren?
Yes, I guess what you've seen is the messiness of politics and how things get done, but it works when we all talk and listen to each other, and that's what I hope you take away today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Outstanding. Councilman Jones?
Young man, thank you for spending your afternoon with us. I know that what we did up here today probably seemed very boring to you, and sometimes it can be, but sometimes it can be very exciting as well. And whether you realize it or not, it's people like us, and we want to hear from you. This is not our government. You all live in Memphis. You all work in you all attend school in Memphis. This is your Memphis. So I encourage you to reach out to us. We work for you. We don't work for ourselves. We work for you. Everything that we do, we try to make Memphis better for you all, and I encourage you to get involved. Get involved. Let your voice be heard, because it may seem boring, but and young men, you may not realize, but we make decisions that impact your life every day that we're up here. But do not let us be silent. Let us know what your views are, what's important to you, because I want one of you all to be up here on this dais, or multiple of you to be up on this dais one of these days when I'm older and grayer. Thank you.
All right, I'll close this off by saying my colleagues call it boring and messy. Heck, I kind of like it. So think of it this way. It's like seeing sausage made, okay? They're very tough questions that affect a lot of people. But at the same time, if you love Memphis, and I know you do, you will continue with your education. You will go as far as you can dare dream. Politics is the art of the possible. You hear all kinds of things in Washington or Nashville, and they're all screaming and yelling at each other. Up here, you see a debate. You see folks working together. That is how your city should work. And if you like something like this, I hope you'll stay in touch with us, because some see it boring and some see it messy, but I see Memphis moving forward, okay? Thank y'all so much for being with us. Y'all have a great day. And I'm only sorry y'all won't catch the fun with Joe Kent. Y'all could stick around for that.
That's the fun part.
Well, contributions to the Boys and Girls Clubs, and I'll wear his jester hat. All right, now, where was I? We are on item 13. All right, Council Lady Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how I got removed from the queue. I had a question. How much footage exactly is needed for the billboard? Or another question, how small can we make that corner for the billboard to still fit?
The billboard section of the ordinance, I believe, really only contains setbacks against residential zoning districts. So I believe, and I'm correcting this right now if I'm wrong, you could place the OG/CMU3 boundary up to the edge of the billboard. And I told Mr. Brittenham there's probably a universe where we can do this today, but there's probably a bigger universe where we could hold this for 2 weeks and do it better. And now I'm leaning towards that larger universe.
Okay, Mr. Burnham, you and your are you opposed to making that square smaller?
Well, the face of the board is 50 feet. So we could reduce it 25 feet to make it 75 by 75 instead of 100 by 100, because we want to make sure the face is within the footprint of the CMU3.
75-70 seems fine.
Pardon?
75-70 seems fine, but
I'm like Homer Brennan.
Mr. Whitehead. Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Mr. Whitehead says that he may or may not be able to keep it as clean and pretty today. But I am on record for if we doing that 70-75 is good to get my support for that.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, so do I hear a friendly amendment to change this to 70-75?
75-75.
75-75. Depending on how they work it out. All right, so I have a friendly amendment. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilman Warren. Is there any objection to the friendly amendment? It remains friendly. Okay, that's now part of the main motion. Is there any further discussion? Councilman Warren?
Mr. Chair, I think that part of this had to do with the closure of a street also. Were they going to close part of that? Was this where the dumping was, or am I confused?
Item number 14 is the street and alley closure case.
It's not.
Sorry?
It's not a closure case of the street that's on the other end that's not closing?
This is item number 13, which is the rezoning. And once you vote on the rezoning, then I'm sure Ms. It's switched?
13 is the street closure.
Oh, okay. 13 is the street closure. Excuse me.
And is it related to this bill, that same? So once we vote on this, then we vote to close the street? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so we're on item 13. This is a street closure. All right. All right, all right, Josh, help me real quick. This is item 13, street closure. Its companion case is where on my agenda?
Number 14.
Oh, you got to love that. All right, so the amendment that we have discussed is more germane to item 14. All right, then withdraw your amendment. Withdrawn, thank you. We go back to the main motion on item 13, seeing no other members in the queue. It was moved by Canali, seconded by Warren. I assume you're ready to vote on item 13, street closure. Please prepare the screen, cast your votes. Thanks for clarifying that, Doc.
I'll wait on you,
I was.
Thank you.
Cast your votes. Call the vote.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colette, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 14.
Item number 14 is an ordinance amending ordinance 5267 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, Tennessee, adopted on August 10th, 2010, as amended, known as the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, so as to make certain changes in the use districts provided in said ordinance. Up for third and final reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held on October 19th. The case number is Z21-12. The ordinance number is 5798.
Thank you very much, Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was heard in committee. We did not give it a recommendation, but with that, I move it to the floor.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilman Canali, seconded by Councilman Jones. Council Lady Easter Thomas, you're recognized for your amendment.
So now is the time to propose amendment. We had the items mixed up.
Yes, ma'am. So the amendment, as I understood it, was we're at 75 and 75?
Yes, sir.
75 and 75.
Okay, it's been seconded by Councilman Warren.
And to maintain the trees and vegetation around it.
Well, we can pledge to do that. Mr. Whitehead will inform you, as he discussed earlier, zoning cases cannot be conditioned. However, the OG zoning will remain the same. There would be no reason to clear the vegetation on the OG zone.
Can you go on record saying that you will not clear the trees?
Yes, I'll have Mr. Mitchell go on record.
Mr. Mitchell, please come forward, give me your name and address, and say yes or no.
Good afternoon, Council. My name and address is Prentice Mitchell, 3774 Conrail Circle. I will go on record to not clear any of the trees around the property, regardless of the 75 to 75.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Burnham. And colleagues, that's just because of where this is. We saw the maps earlier. So the billboard would be able to face the interstate, but it's still at the corner of a residential area. So at least if there is a billboard that comes on that side, the trees will kind of be a block or a buffer for the residents that may be looking at it, so that they don't have to look at a billboard outside of their window. They can still look at the vegetation and the trees. So thank you, Mr. Mitchell. So I hope that stays true. Thank you, Mr. Burnham, for accepting that amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, let me keep us all on track. I have a friendly amendment offered by Councilor Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no objection, the friendly amendment becomes part of it. I see no members in the queue. Moved by Canali, seconded by Councilman Jones. You're ready to vote on item 14 as amended. Cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle abstained. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, no. Smiley, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colette, yes.
Thank you. That item passes.
Thank you.
Madam Comptroller, call item 16. We're going to knock out the planning and zoning, and then we'll go to pipeline stuff.
Item number 16 is an ordinance approving a zoning text amendment initiated by the zoning administrator of the Memphis and Shelby County Division of Planning and Development, up for third and final reading. Ordinance number 5796 is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development, and it was held from October 19th. The case number is ETA 21-02, ordinance number 5796.
Thank you very much. Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This case was heard in committee. We did not give it a recommendation, and I need the voting screen to move it, please.
16. There we go.
And with that, I move it to the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Council Lady Logan. Josh, I assume you're presenting on this one. We do have opposition. How much time you want?
I can go 5 minutes.
5 minutes it is. 5 minutes your side, 5 minutes for Dr. Lynette Williams in opposition. Mr. Whitehead, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our annual omnibus list of amendments to the text version of the Unified Development Code. We're looking at primarily a small handful of issues, substantive issues, in this annual set of amendments. Number one is the direct response to a moratorium resolution passed by this body with regard to smoke shops. What this proposal would do is create a new use category for smoke shops, replacing the existing use category called vapor shops. The issue that we have encountered is the current regulation with regard to vapor shops doesn't really cover the intent of the ordinance, and as I've cited in my staff report, the potential dangers that the close proximity of tobacco stores has on nearby children. Studies have shown that the younger you are when you start smoking, the less likely you are to be able to stop. So this regulation would open up the use to all smoke shops, not just vapor shops, and require those to be 1,320 feet from all schools and parks. And if they're not, they would come to this body as a special use permit. Category number two, gas stations. What we have also found in a direct response to a moratorium by this body is that we have more gas stations per capita in this city than in other cities. So what we're attempting to do here is require more gas stations to go through our special use permit process if they're in certain zoning districts that are in closer proximity to neighborhoods. Namely, that's the CMU2 and the CBD district. I need to make a correction to a comment I made at committee. CMU3 would still be a permissible zoning district for gas stations, although in all those permissible zoning districts, they would be required to be gas stations to be at major intersections to limit the amount of traffic into the neighborhoods. We call those minor streets versus collector and arterial. For those gas stations that go through the process, the special use permit process, we're expecting some architectural compatibility between the canopies and the convenience stores, and in particularly pedestrian-centric environments, require that the convenience store be in the front with the gas pumps in the back. And if not, to make the canopy architecturally integrated with the building. Finally, big category number three, well, one more, 3 of 4, front yard parking. We're going to prohibit, well, we already prohibit front yard parking, but we have found in some of our citations, not only with Judge Dandridge and Environmental Court, but up a step above with Chancery Court, that our current regulation doesn't quite say what it thinks it says. So we would prohibit front yard parking much more explicitly. Finally, we want to deal with home-based wedding and event centers. These are oftentimes rented by the hour in your neighborhood and sometimes next to you. What we would like to do is tighten our restrictions and really make a differentiation between those operated on a commercial basis versus non-commercial basis. What we're finding now is we cite these people who are, brazen in their advertisement for this event, and they will say, no, it was just me and my friends. Well, you shouldn't charge your friends. That's not a good friend. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm available for any questions.
Okay, very good. Let's follow our procedures. Let's go ahead and hear from opposition. Dr. Lynette Williams, would you come forward? There you are. Let me go ahead and get your name and address, and comptroller, if we get a 5-minute clock.
I'm Dr. Lynette Williams, 5175.
Can you go ahead and take your mask off, please? There you go.
I'll try, but we have a wipe this off the whole time we've been here. So
Okay.
for protection reasons, I'd rather keep it on. I'll speak a little louder. Is that loud enough? Okay.
Perfect.
All right. I gave my address, 5175 Ford Lake Road. The only reason why I'm speaking is because we kind of went out of order in a way. But I just wanted to say that I'm actually a spokesperson for a group of people, and I wanted to list them now and then when I get an opportunity to speak in our other. But we're opposed to the fact that some neighborhoods are being challenged by these new zoning regulations, and we don't understand as a community why you have to make things a law and why things are just a resolution. We understand that resolutions have no teeth, and we feel as though that resolutions should be assigned to things that are in planning and development. We don't feel like we should have ordinances that say this is the way this actually has to be done in our community. We have no choice. The way it's being done now, the public has no voice in what the process is. At least would say, example, the Board of Adjustment. The Board of Adjustment would send out notifications to everybody within 500 feet of whatever's being developed. With this process that you're going through now, the public does not have any input. And then when we go to the website to review the documents for any of this that's going on, it's not there. We don't get an opportunity to actually review the ordinances. They're not on the website. When you go to this particular, let's see, the Shelby County Unified Code, when you go to it, it changes almost every cycle. One day it'll have 463 pages. The next time it'll have 298. You look at it and then you'll see one specific thing about what's going on as far as what has been approved, and we don't understand what's going on. We're losing our neighborhoods. They're trying to rezone. The hearings aren't adequately advertised, and nobody knows what's going on in their neighborhoods. All of a sudden, you have a building that just pops up in the middle of nowhere, and they don't even put a sign saying they're building anything. And so we don't want you to be able to regulate what we can do in our neighborhoods if we don't have an opportunity to speak to that. And so I just wanted to read the list really quickly. I'm on behalf of Southern Christian Leadership, Southwest Memphis CDC, Aclina Lakeview Gardens CDC, Okonoshobah CDC, Ernest Withers Historical Home, Black Lives Matter of Memphis, Friends of the Water, Sowing Justice, the Chickasaw, Choctaw, and Cherokee Nations of Memphis, Tennessee, Family Farmers Association, the Youth on the Move, South Memphis Neighborhood Workers Now, Stein's Restaurant, Miss B's Hot Meals, Reentry Resource Group, Community Outreach Ministries, the National Business League of the Mid-South, members of the Commission on Religion and Racism, founders of the Martin Luther King Parade, Boxtown, Westwood, Walker Homes, Lakeview Gardens, Southern Heights, Banneker, and Day Estates residents, residents in Castalia, Prospect Park, surrounding Army Depot, Gemstones, Homeowners Ownership, Jeff and Jolly Block Association, Westwood Neighborhood Association, Lauderdale Subdivision, the founding chapter of My Zip, I Love Whitehaven, Neighborhood Business Association, Friends of Dr. Lynette Williams in House District 8595, Collierville Eads. I know those don't have anything to do with us here, but any voters and concerned citizens in your constituency, we are tired of you guys basically ignoring us, and we want to be recognized, and we want to have an opportunity to speak our minds as far as what you're doing, as far as the planning. We are not totally in agreement with Memphis 3.0, but we should not be here and not be able to say anything about it as residents of Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, I tell you what, I did not see the clock on Administrator Whitehead, so we'll do this. We'll give you, Administrator Whitehead, 1 minute if you want to rebut or answer questions, and then I'll give the good doctor 1 minute. Would you like to share?
I'm available for any questions.
Outstanding. Doc, I gave him 1 extra minute. Would you like an extra minute? You good to go? All right, now we'll go to council conversation. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Oh, I wanted to know if it's appropriate to have a friendly amendment earlier to the first one. Mr. Whitehead, Administrator Whitehead, the one that you mentioned schools and one other, but I wanted to know if we could add, did that include daycares, and can we add churches?
And just for clarification, we're talking about the distances between smoke shops and protected uses.
Uh-huh.
So add places of worship and daycares.
I wanted to know if daycares was included in the schools.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so schools and daycares and the places of, what did you just say? Whatever you just
Places
said.
of worship.
Yes.
So the potentially friendly amendment is to add places of worship and daycare facilities to the list of, I guess, the quarter-mile prohibition. Do I have a second on that? Second. I have a second by Dr. Warren. Is there any opposition to that? No objection to that. That friendly amendment becomes part of the main motion. Back to Council Lady Johnson, you're recognized. Or Council Lady Logan, were you done? Yes, sir. Council Lady Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. My question to Mr. Whitehead is, the comment was made that these ordinances, the codes changed. Is that, I mean, how do you feel about that? Were the changes made online? Is the public, have they been made completely aware of all the changes you're recommending?
So this item went to the September 9th Land Use Control Board, which means I placed it on our website in 2 locations, both the pending application page as well as the UDC amendment blog on that date, August 5th. I also, we have about 140,000 households that follow us on Nextdoor. We notified all of those 140,000 households of these changes and posted the changes on those and directed them to our links. And number 3, we have about a listserv. I call it a listserv, but that's apparently old terminology. Constant contact, thank you. With about 1,000 neighborhood leaders, anyone who wants to be on it can get on it. We're up to 1,000 now. And so they separately got an email on August 5th. Now, legally, that's all extra. Legally, what we had to do is send newspaper notification for both the public hearing at Land Use Control Board and the City Council, and we did that. The issue, and this has come up before, should we mail notices with code amendments? And I think with the 200, 300,000 property owners in the city of Memphis and the probably additional 100,000 property owners in unincorporated Shelby County, we would need an increase in our budget that we seek from you each year to really achieve mailed notice for these, any kind of code amendment. So that's just not feasible.
So you did state that you notified 140,000 individuals on your Nextdoor?
Those are households.
Right,
Yes,
okay. That may be average 200 in that case. Now, my next question is to Dr. Williams. You named quite a few agencies that were supporting you. Are they here with you today?
Ma'am, come forward and please speak to the microphone. You're going to need to come to the microphone. We got to get it all on record and everything.
Matters here. We have representation for Southwest Memphis. I'm the executive director of Acalina Lakeview Gardens, CDC. So for the majority of them, I basically communicate with their leadership and I get permission to submit what I submit as far as comments to the city council. And so now that we are in person, you know, we can definitely do some things as far as actually having individuals, because I can only speak to 2 items or 1 item at a time. So when we get to that point, as far as the issues that I have, as far as the ordinances and things that are going on, then we can definitely do that. But primarily, we gathered together for opposition to the pipeline. And so
Okay.
the reason why I spoke, because you kind of went out of order. So it's not necessarily that I'm against, you know, what he's doing, but it's just that I wouldn't have an opportunity to read the list.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
and Chairman calls the plays on what items are called. We're not out of order. It's just
Yeah, we just wanted
details.
notification, because see, we have a lot of elderly people in our area, and they do not do internet, and they're not on Nextdoor. And so the reason why I said the Board of Adjustment, you know, that's the reason why I use them as an example. When we had issues, at least the people within 500 feet of whatever was planned development, they got written notifications. I mean, we still have people in Memphis that don't know a pipeline's going through Southwest Memphis. So, you know, that's the reason why I say it wouldn't be a logistical problem, because if you streamlined it where you just involve the people that were directly involved within 500 feet of whatever you're trying to develop, then at least the people that are around there would know. And then it wouldn't be a matter of a building just popping up in the middle and nobody knows what's going on.
Okay, thank you, Chair, so much.
ma'am, thank you.
It is important, you know, if you're in opposition, I would strongly recommend that the individual come before this body so we actually know. Calling names is one thing, but seeing faces is something else. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Council Lady Johnson. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The UDC, our zoning document, is a living document. It's not perfect. Nobody can bound a future council, and we do this on an annual basis based on feedback and operations and best practices. And so I will say, you know, look, if you guys want to deal with this in a couple weeks and there's specific issues, that's fine. I'm cool. I'm okay with that. But we have to do these things. And to Josh's point, Administrator Whitehead's point, it's a near impossible task to give notice in that way. And so if an issue arises, even in the same calendar year, this body can address it and dispose of it like we do any other zoning text amendment. So we can pass it tonight, and if there's a specific thing that comes up before us, we can deal with it. So whatever you guys want to do, but it's not like we're bound to this for eternity. So, I just want everybody to make sure that we're aware that I think sometimes we often reflect, we're like, oh my God, if we make this decision, then the world's going to come undone. But we also have these moratoriums that this is in response to that are expiring in 2 weeks. And so if we don't deal with it today and we deal with it in 2 weeks, we need to do it in 2 weeks with same 9 minutes. If we deal with it today, then in 2 weeks we'll ratify the minutes, or it can be reconsidered. But we do have a clock issue. So just be aware of that. That I yield the floor.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important for everyone in the audience and also for us on the dais to realize that what we're voting on now is an ordinance that's going to limit putting tobacco in smoke shops near schools, and that's an ordinance that's going to limit the number of service stations that are being placed in our neighborhoods and give some council control for that. And I think most people think that that's probably a pretty good idea. We should vote for it because we've had a moratorium. And if for some reason we don't vote on this and someone goes ahead afterwards, they can put smoke shops next to schools again, and they can put service stations everywhere else. So that's what we're talking about now. I think we need to vote on it so we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Council Lady Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great opportunity for a a lesson on what the city council is responsible for, because I'm listening to what happened here today, and the last conversation, I got confused myself about what are we doing? So I heard in the last comments that citizens want to have greater input into the decisions of the city council, and we have a process by which we allow that to happen. But I also heard that when something new comes to a community, a new business, they like to know what that new business is. And that brought me to a development on Mill Branch near Shelby Drive. I don't know anything about it because it did not come before the Memphis City Council. So will you please share with our listening audience and the people who are here today that when the only code changes come before us, and if it's a business that's within code, they just apply for whatever they need to apply for the county, and we don't get that information. So will you share how that process works? Because we get calls every day about, Councilwoman Robinson, what's going up here? Where is that? I have no idea. So will you share with them how that process works and who has that information?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead again. Your thought process was the same as mine. What this code amendment essentially does is it adds additional uses to those types of uses that require the 500-foot mail out and reduces the uses that are by right. The by right uses are identified in our zoning code. A house can go in a single family district. A warehouse can go in an EMP district, et cetera, et cetera. And what has happened, generally speaking, over at least my 11-year tenure, is the list of by right uses has shrunk. And this is fine because we want to have more neighborhood interaction with an additional amount of uses. So what this proposal would do is, at least with regard to party houses, gas stations, parking pads, and smoke shops, it would add those uses to the list of 500-foot notification to get feedback from everyone in that neighborhood. So we're reducing the by right use, but there's still a lot of by right uses and by right zoning districts, and they just go get a building permit if they're permitted use.
So please share where do they get a building permit? Do they get it from the city or do they get it from the county? Let's be clear.
It's a joint city-county agency. So the Memphis and Shelby County Division of Planning Development, my sister department, is the Construction Code Enforcement Office. They issue building permits, and for the last few months, what they've done and what we do in tandem is once they get a building permit request for certain size of buildings, new buildings, additions, accessory buildings, they will route it to my staff, and my staff will do a zoning review to make sure it is indeed a by right use. If so, the building permit is issued. What we're catching, as you can imagine, are a lot of uses that were presumed to be by right that are not. We flag it, then the permit is not issued. But they're up here now on the 4th floor, and they'd love a visit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady Robinson. Council Lady Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. In response to the doctor that spoke earlier and what Councilwoman Robinson mentioned, it is a good opportunity for us to share, or for the audience to know what we do, because a lot of times there is confusion in the community and neighborhood because of lack of knowledge, because we don't have access, or this is not something we do every day. So as leaders, as city council representatives, we represent groups of people, and we have the opportunity to educate our constituents. And so this all came about actually because I didn't know. In March, I sponsored a resolution to have a moratorium on gas stations. And so instead of just addressing that one thing, I think I'm grateful that Administrator Whitehead decided to make it comprehensive and put something in place that we wouldn't have to continue coming before the council to address these pop-up things that happen in our community that we don't like. So their thought was to look at the entire process and put something in place to govern what can come in the community and how they can apply. And so to Councilwoman Robinson, there is another layer there that this is not addressing, those areas or businesses that don't have to come here. And I do appreciate the fact that they brought these to us. So from here on out, moving forward, if these businesses want to come into our neighborhoods, they have to get permission from city council, or they have to, come before us, and we'll have a better understanding of what they want to do. We can question them. They have to make application. So these ordinances that are before us today are actually helping the community. They're actually giving the community opportunity through your legislators to know what's coming into your community. Because prior to that, and what happened in my district, a business popped up and no one in the community wanted the business, but the business didn't go through the proper channels. And so hopefully this type of ordinance and the ones after it will speak to those issues. Now, if they're not asking for a special use permit, then they don't have to come before us. They just get a building permit. But I'm here to tell you that these ordinances, the ones that we're dealing with now and the ones next, 17 and 18, were put in place to help the community. And it's up to your representative, or you can call any one of us or call the zoning office to find out exactly what does that mean and how does it affect you directly. But it's not something that's being done to harm the community. And I just wanted to make sure that was spelled out, that this will help move forward, help us in putting legislation in place to safeguard our neighborhoods. So I hope we can go ahead and move forward with voting on this now, because we only have 2 more weeks and the moratorium will be over. And, we'll have pop-up gas stations, we'll have pop-up businesses that adversely affect our communities. So I would like to, are we able to call the question?
Let's tell you what, call it. Let's let Easter Thomas go first.
Okay.
Councilor Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a few clarification questions. For the gas station one, I remember that you said it was limiting it to the right of ways, right? Can you pull that? Can you pull that back up? I wrote the question down earlier, but I know we just sent it down, so I didn't get a chance to ask it earlier.
Did you say rights of way? Or
I don't know. What were you said you were limiting gas stations to?
So in our, what this change will do is it will limit effectively, the only by right gas stations will be in the CMU3 highest intensity commercial district, the EMP light industrial district, and the IH heavy industrial district, but only at intersections of 2 arterials, 2 collectors, and 1 of each. An arterial, as an example, is Union. A collector, as an example, is McLean. Usually they're 2 lanes, but they function with the traffic of a major road. For all the other gas stations in our CMU1, our CBD, our CMU2 district, which there are a lot. In fact, most of our gas stations probably fall under that. The application of this zoning code will be limited. If they completely rebuild their convenience store and their gas canopies, they will have to adhere to this ordinance, which has a lot of architectural and design qualifications. If they only replace their canopies, only their canopies have to be architecturally compatible and suitable. So we've eased it in such a way where we are because we're limiting the geographic areas where new gas stations can be. We want to do our best to encourage where there are existing gas stations. We want to encourage reinvestment in those existing facilities.
So my question is for the limitation of the gas station's geographic area. Is there also a numeric limitation being placed in this set. So if it's, okay, you can only be at this 4 intersection corner, but if it's already 2, will our ordinance say, no, we don't need any more, or will it still allow to come to a vote?
Well, it does not do anything in that respect, and I guess the pros on that would be, you would keep an intersection from becoming completely foregone by gas stations, but on the other side, maybe we want to concentrate these gas stations on as few intersections as possible. So if they're all 4 corners, but at least they're at limited 4 corners. So there's 2 ways to look at that, but this ordinance does not go there yet.
So it doesn't have any numeric limitations, but if there is a gas station application, does that come to council in the future or no? I know it comes now because we have a moratorium, but it won't come based on this ordinance if it's in that geographic boundary.
I would say probably more than half, well more than half of new gas stations will come to you because they will be in a zoning district that does not allow it by right. In other words, it requires a special use permit process, which involves 2 hearings, Land Use Control Board and City Council.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
All right, thank you very much, Councilor Easter Thomas. Seeing no other members in the queue, moved by Canale, second by Council Lady Logan. Please prepare the screen to vote on item 16 as amended. Cast your votes.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 17.
Item number 17 is an ordinance amending ordinance number 5267 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, Tennessee, adopted on August 10th, 2010, as amended, known as the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, so as to make certain changes in the use districts provided in said ordinance. Up for third and final reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from October 19th. The case number is Z21-11, ordinance number 5797.
Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item was heard in committee. We did not give it a recommendation. With that, I move it to the floor.
Thank you very much. Been moved by Councilman Canale, seconded by Councilman Morgan. Mr. Whitehead, or Mr. Director Zena, good to see you, sir. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 cards, but Mr. Leroy Watson Jr., are you with us? There you are, sir. You say that you want to talk about item 17, but you want to talk about the Memphis Sands Aquifer. And so those are items 54 and I believe like 14. So would you like to change your number of what item you wish to talk about? Oh, then go get him. I'll start talking about this. All right. I've got 4 cards, 8 minutes. All right, Director Zena, you're recognized.
All right, thank you very much. John Zena, Director of the Division of Planning and Development. This item is like the last one in response to the moratorium that this council passed in March. This item accomplishes several of the goals that Mr. Whitehead and many of you touched on in the last item, specifically limiting the geographic scope in which many of the auto-oriented uses that were addressed in the moratorium would be allowed by right. Primarily what this proposal does is look at instances where we have CMU3, which is our highest intensity commercial zoning district, where it is present within the city, comparing that with our future land use map from the comprehensive plan, looking at the areas that are designated by the comprehensive plan as anchors, so neighborhood centers, or low intensity commercial. The intent being that those areas are areas that are better suited to be commercial uses or mixed uses that are serving the neighborhoods as opposed to serving auto-oriented corridors. With that primary focus, what we did was to come up with a recommendation that encompassed roughly about 1,000 properties throughout the city of Memphis in those CMU3 areas, as well as some industrial areas, and make recommendations based on the future land use recommendation, based on the circumstances on the ground, to come up with what is, in most cases, a proposal to shift from CMU3, the highest intensity commercial district, to either CMU1, which is our lowest intensity commercial district, or MU, which is our mixed use district, which is a little bit more suited to the areas identified as neighborhood centers, as neighborhood anchors. Just moving forward, essentially this map in the areas that are either circled or outlined in blue give you a sense of the scope in which we looked at for this proposal. And this gives you a summary of each of the areas that were included in the proposal. Again, the intent here was to look at where we had high intensity commercial zoning on the map, and where that created a conflict with respect to areas that had a preferred use as serving more neighborhood commercial oriented uses. So to the goals, again, that were articulated in the last item, the idea here is to not only orient this commercial use towards the neighborhoods, but also create more of an opportunity should any of these auto-oriented type uses wish to be located in CMU1 or MU areas, that they would have to go through a process similar to achieving a special use permit or a similar process of approval. I'm available for any questions that are left in the remaining time.
All right, you have 4 minutes and 40 seconds left, Mr. Zena. Director Zena, forget my manners. Okay, could Carl, is it Board? Okay. Also, before Mr. Board starts, Claudette Boyd, Karumba Jones, Linda Street, and I think it's Brandy Price. Would y'all come up to the front so that we don't lose any time, please? All right. Just a reminder how we do this. There's going to be 8 minutes on the clock. So be careful, be very judicious with your time because other people want to speak behind you. Just a suggestion, if the speaker says a lot of things that you were going to say, you can always just stand up and say, I stand with the first speaker, but just be cognizant of your time because that's all you get is 8 minutes. All right. Claudette Boyd is gone. Well, I'll call her. All right. Are you Carl? All right. Name and address for the record, then we'll start your clock. 8 minutes.
Sir, my name is Carl Bond. My residence is 3122 Robbie Don, Memphis, Tennessee 38128. I'm here in opposition of the possible rezoning of my property. I'm the owner of Bond Funeral Directors located at 479 Vance. This property has been a funeral home for over 90 years. And we just feel that we're just in opposition of that move. And I appreciate your time and the council's time. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Board. Karumba Jones. May I have your name and address?
Karumba Jones, 1710 South Parkway East, Memphis, Tennessee 38106. I am here in opposition for the rezone for, I actually received a letter that said that my property that I own may be for rezone. I currently have a car lot at this location of 3rd and Mallory. We have been in business and I am a part of this community for the last 15 years. And we recently decided to rebuild our building so that we could have a more appealing building for our community because that is my community. So I definitely am against it. We are currently 85% done with our building. We have pulled permits and I just ask that my permits be upheld and honored throughout my process.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jones. Linda Street. You want me to stop? Val, stop the clock. Mr. Ford, you're recognized.
You said 30 Mallory. 30 Mallory. Okay, you call out?
Yes, sir. 2230, excuse me, sir. 2230 South 3rd.
SS Auto Sales.
SS Auto Sales, yes, sir.
You about 80% through, right?
Yes, sir.
I got to commend this gentleman right here. He has brought that particular area out. Hey, thank you.
And I'm also, my brother is also here, who's the main owner, and I just want to acknowledge him because he is one of the ones that definitely was very serious about bringing the community back together.
I've been looking at it.
Yes, sir.
And I passed it the other day.
All right.
Almost finished.
Yes, sir.
It's needed.
Yes, sir, and I thank you,
In
sir.
that particular area, and I just want to.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Well done. Okay, hang on, Miss Linda. We had a clock? Sorry, just following the rules. Why don't you go ahead and give me your name and address before we start?
Hello, my name is Linda Street, 3514 Daggett Road.
Okay. Please share.
I'm just here really to, I don't know to say the challenge, but in the previous, they talked about as far as notification. The zone sign, somebody called me and said, did you see the rezoning at 3rd and Mitchell? I took a picture August the 27th. It says that it will be a public meeting will be held. I traveled again in the neighborhood. I saw another sign at Weaver and Mitchell. And so just a few weeks ago, a property on New Horn Lake near Levi, I think it's 3510 New Horn Lake, it was had sold on it. But all of a sudden, one of these signs showed up. So as we talked about earlier, I'm the vice president of the Walker Home West Junction Neighborhood Association, but we work very closely with Boxtown Neighborhood Association. And so, again, 32% of our population out there is elderly. I'm the main one that communicate a lot of things to the people in the community. My president did not get any information about the rezoning, okay? It's only because I took a picture and we began to try to find out information that we knew about it. So my question is, when did y'all have the public meeting? Because that's what it says on the sign, a public meeting will be held. What mailing list are y'all using? What mailing list are you using? We're registered. I know the Walker Home West Junction Neighborhood Association is registered, and she did not get one. So my thing to you all in a sense, yes, we applaud you as far as keeping the gas stations out, because that's my question, why do we have all these gas stations? But like the one that appeared on New Horn Lake, it's a residential area. It's got a zoning sign, rezoning sign in that yard, on that property, right next to some houses. So I don't understand that. That's what I'm just saying. The codes y'all broken down, but we need to have it so we understand. We thank you, but we just need to understand more. Our people do not use next door. Okay? So, these sign up or just, like I said, just pop up. So that's what I would ask. Just make sure that we are informed. And again, when was the meeting held about the rezoning? And the last thing is that it talked about the tire shops, okay? And I'm gonna say this because again, there's one on the corner of Daggett and Mitchell. People can't go out the neighborhood. They do not go to Gateway. They do not go to Discount Tire. They can't afford it. So again, it's something just to look at it. Everything is not applicable to everybody. So when you have the least served, they need somebody that they can work. Now they may need to clean it up, but they need it in their neighborhood. Thank you.
All right. Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Okay. Stop the clock, please. There you go. Ms. Street, in rebuttal, I'm going to ask Director Zena about the public meeting, and then also I'll follow up on the gas station on New Horn. Did you say New Horn Lake?
No, the New Horn Lake, I think it's like 3510 or 3538. It's a rezoning. It says the property is sold like
Okay. Okay, I'll look into it for you. Just get back with our office on that, please. And I'm Frank Colvett if you want to go on the main website and email me. All right, that is Ms. Street. Ms. Price, Brandy Price, there you go. May I have your name and address, and we'll start the clock.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Brandy Price, 6571 Stockport Cove, zip code 38141, and I came here in opposition of this ordinance. We don't want it. We don't need it. We don't need our neighborhoods to be more commodified and more commercial properties that don't belong to the people, to other large corporations. We don't want it here. We're tired of being over-commodified, overused, and overspent. Like, we need something for the people. We actually need written notification if y'all want to build anything else in our neighborhoods. Y'all make it extremely hard to have democracy in the city of Memphis, and we want better access to these meetings, because like we had no public meeting, no public hearing, anything like that. So the sleeping giant of the people have been awoken, and we are here today to say no to this, to no more. The people united cannot be divided or defeated. So that's why I came here to say thank you. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Price. Claudette Boyd, are you here? Claudette Boyd. Okay, opposition has 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. Director Zena, you have 4 minutes and 40 seconds. There was questions about a public meeting and/or you wish to rebut or add further thoughts.
Sure. I'll start with the meeting notice and the various steps that we took, and then I'd actually like to address the first two speakers' particular issues as well. Similar to the zoning text amendment that Mr. Whitehead spoke about, this item was also heard at the September 9th Land Use Control Board meeting. So that was the public hearing for this proposal. Different from the zoning text amendment, every property owner whose property is impacted by this comprehensive rezoning received not one but 2 mailed notices regarding the public hearings at the Land Use Control Board and here to the City Council. So those were roughly 1,000 letters each time that went to the property owners whose properties were affected by this. Similarly, again, our notice goes out on Nextdoor. I understand that many individuals may not have that, but again, we also do have an active email list for any neighborhood association or any individual who wants to be notified of any of the items on our Land Use Control Board, Board of Adjustment, Landmarks Commission agendas. They're able to receive those. So that essentially is not only the steps that we took based on our typical procedures, but also that it encompasses what is required by the code as well. Now, a couple of things in terms of the proposal here. In many of these cases, we're moving from especially CMU 3 to CMU 1. The difference for many of these uses now is that they would be allowed only by special use permit, which of course is a permission that is given by the City Council. Another type of permission that, as you are aware, that some individuals may receive to legitimize a use is a variance through the Board of Adjustment. In the case of Mr. Bond, the first speaker, his funeral home actually received a variance in 1932, legitimizing that property as a funeral home. So even though the CMU 1 district, where this property would move into, requires funeral homes to get a special use permit, Mr. Bond essentially already has that by having that use legitimized back in 1932 as a funeral home. So in other words, this change does not really affect him in either way. And in the second instance, with the car lot, vehicle sales, as you know, are required to get a special use permit whether they're in CMU 1, CMU 2, or CMU 3. So in effect, this rezoning does not affect the second speaker as well because a special use permit will be required either way. Again, I'm available for any questions on any of the details of this. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Director Zena. I tell you what, let me clear it up real quick, Mr. Ford. Councilman.
You made a statement funeral home. You talking about used to be Paul's funeral home? Mr. Bond.
Yes, sir.
Used to be the old
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just want to make it, no,
Okay. All right, sounds good.
I'm undertaker. We are like you. Hey, we just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds like a winner. We'll come to questions by council members in just a minute. You're giving up the rest of your time. Opposition, I'll ask one last time. Claudette Boyd, are you with us? Okay. Y'all have 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Ms. Price, Ms. Street, Mr. Jones, Mr. Board. You have anything else y'all want to add? I don't accept cards after I've called the item. All right. Applicant is done. Opposition is done. Councilman Ford, would you get in the queue? Because I have several members wishing to speak.
Well, I need to say 6 mines. And I want to take care of my folk, okay? Everybody just come. Miss Street, you two, all the rest of them. There has been no other district but mines, okay? So I should be the first one in the queue. It's my district. 6. Okay? Anything would pertain to 6, and Mr. Zena and all of y'all down there, that's my district, okay? My people should know something, okay? You know, she was talking about, Miss Street, you were saying on Horn Lake Road, okay? Is it, you talking about Horn Lake and Brooks? I know you said Levi, but this is my district. I don't want y'all to do anything wrong in my district, okay? I represent that district. All the other 11, 12 of y'all don't. Well, I put it that way. It's 3 more other than me that represent this district, and we want to make sure, because, hey, you know, first of all, it's a black district. Okay? Still never said when the meeting was. I've seen a lot of different things, but you know, from this point on, and I'm gonna tell you, don't do nothing till you come see me or 3 other representatives that represent my district. And you can tell that to whoever you want to tell it to, okay? Because I don't care about them. I care about who I represent. That's the only reason why I'm here. When I was on the council before, I don't know if you were here, something, I think you were, maybe the other. I put a moratorium on my whole doggone district because y'all were doing things. Don't let me do that no more. I want y'all to get this message. Black area, yeah, we deserve much better. That's why I said that young man is doing something over here. Don't distract them from doing something. Y'all, you know what? I want you to start finding somebody that's going to invest and help us get these areas like East Memphis, Cordova, Germantown that want to be part of us, but they don't want to give us nothing. And I want y'all to understand that tonight. Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. I can be very ugly when I get pissed off. And you know what? I don't even have to be here. But you know what? I represent these people. And I don't want y'all to misrepresent nobody anymore. Okay? So you get my message today, and as any other director too, get my messages today. Don't do nothing against unless I know. Come through me first. And I want District 6 to know one thing tonight. Call me first. Don't call 311 or nobody else. You call me. I take care for you. Because like I said, please get the message tonight. Because you know what? Hey, excuse me, Chair, but everything been in my district. And that ain't a good thing. Not tonight. Not tonight. So I think, you know, what we need to do, you need to hold a meeting, okay? In all these different little areas, for all my people to come out And I think we need to just hold up on this until you get your act together and hold meetings with everybody.
All right, Councilman Ford, are you moving for a hold?
I'm looking for a hold until he can get with me where we can set up some meetings. Yes, sir.
All right, we have multiple members in the queue. Why don't we go ahead and do this? I got a motion. Do I have a second? Is there opposition to the hold of this item for 2 weeks? Yes. There is opposition to the hold? All right, it's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Smiley. We now debate the hold. Council Lady Logan, you're in the queue first.
First, I wanted to know what the hold would be for, but that's secondary. The first thing that I wanted to say is I want to make sure that I'm understanding what the opposition is to coming up with ways to have a uniform method of protecting our communities. That's the first question. Then the second question, I think the opposition is speaking to being informed about public meetings, being informed about development in your community. And that's what the representatives are for, is to make sure that our communities that we represent are informed and that they know how to access information. And there are ways in which our government informs, there are ways in which our government notifies, and if that's not sufficient for your district, then we're responsible for letting those departments know. Like when I see a public notice, I notify the neighborhood associations and the homeowners associations and the community groups to make sure that the people know, and also find out how our community is supposed to access information, because we want to have uniform ways in which the community and the residents of Memphis are notified. So it's incumbent upon us as leaders to make sure they get that information. And we've said several times that we don't know when the meetings are. So we need to come up with a way, or we need to determine the best way, not dispute it, but come up with the best way if this was just not working. But these ordinances don't have anything to do with public notice in terms of, are those the best methods for informing the people? These ordinances are to protect the communities from a proliferation of tire shops. There are tires all over our community. People are illegally dumping tires everywhere. We're not saying we don't need tire shops. We're saying we don't need 1,000 tire shops. We don't need illegal tire shops. We don't need illegal dumping. We want to have a regulation on tire shops. And a special use permit gives you the opportunity to say, I have a legitimate location, and for your representative to fight for you. And it keeps the entire city safe of all of these illegal tire dumping. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's come up with methods that are going to work for every district, as Councilman Ford said. But that's not what this ordinance is about. So I go back to my question: why are we holding it if we're talking about apples and oranges?
Thank you, Council Lady Logan. Let me go through the queue because many members have been patiently waiting. Let's go ahead and go through the queue, and then I'll let Councilman Ford or Councilman Smiley, who seconded the motion, talk about why they want to hold it. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Yes, and this has been really great tonight, having citizens here to talk to us. And I think one of the things that we've missed as a council, and it's happened to us because of COVID, is the ability for this type of interaction. This is good. But what I'm hearing now is, sort of confusion because our communications have not been as good as we would like. For people who got this notice who had businesses, this notice didn't really apply to your business. It just meant that nobody else was going to be able to put up a business on that same corner without getting a special use permit. So if you've got a car lot and it's there, you're now zoned not to have the car lot there, it means that you couldn't open one up across the street without coming and talking to us. Okay, that's what this is about. So it's sort of like allowing the city council the ability to limit things and to take these areas that we want to try to get other businesses in to create local neighborhood shopping communities and business communities that aren't all tire shops or aren't all, things that we've got enough of in Memphis. So I think we should move ahead with this ordinance. So the restrictions that we placed, until we could get this ordinance put together, they come undone in 2 weeks. So I'm going to recommend we don't hold this, but what we do is allow meetings to occur so, Councilman Ford can get out in the community and hear where people are confused and help explain it. I think that's where we are tonight. I think we should vote to move forward because that's what this is about. And we've got other things I want to vote on tonight, too. We've got pipelines I would like to be able to try to stop. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councilman Jones. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I go back to a comment that was made earlier by Councilman Carlisle and the fact that a number of the items that these changes encompass, the moratoriums that prevented some of those things, they're going to expire in a couple of weeks. And by our doing nothing, as you mentioned, we can approve things with same night minutes, but I don't know what the hold would accomplish. Currently, audience members, there are things that are done by right, meaning that a certain type of things can go up on a street corner and they do not have to come before council. There doesn't have to be any public notice of what's going there. This is going to bring more things before the council, so you'll have more opportunities to reach out to us and let us know how you feel about a particular item or particular business coming up on your street. And we're talking about tire shops, we're talking about smoke shops, we're talking about gas stations. I don't know how many of you tuned in to the committee meeting that took place earlier during the day today, but we essentially have 50% more gas stations, what is it, per 100 or per 10,000 residents? I forget the measure, but by a measure, we have 50% more gas stations than what is the national average. And if we're going to approve gas stations, let's approve them with some standards that would make you proud, regardless of what zip code that you're in, that they're meeting some type of standards. That's what this is setting to accomplish. Do we need a better way to communicate what's going on in your community? I hear that, yes, we do. And I would hope that whether it's from the council's administration or the mayor's administration, that we come up with better mechanisms to inform you. But one of the things that I don't think we should do with this is to prolong having further oversight of what the council can do and how we can look out for your best interests. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all of my colleagues. So I'm not necessarily sure 2 weeks hold would necessarily harm or hurt the folks in the community. And the reason I would support Councilman Ford's hold is twofold. One, the folks in the community suggested they want another meeting. I think we can get a meeting done pretty quickly. The people asked for, I think it's our role as elected leaders to ultimately bend to the will of the people. Now, however, if the people who spoke today suggest that after hearing the explanation that they'll be willing to go forward with it, then fine. If not, we hold it for 2 weeks, try to get a meeting done as quickly as possible, and then bring it back before this body and take a vote. And another reason is, as long as I've been on this council, it's been just a general practice of this body to yield to the single member district representative. The single member district representative is Councilman Ford. Councilman Ford requested a hold. I think we should hold. I think we done it before with Councilman Logan. We done it before with Councilman Easter Thomas. Used when single member district representatives suggest they want something for their community. We usually go by it. So with that, unless Councilman Ford decides he don't want to hold, I'm going to stand with Councilman Ford and stand with the people who suggested they want a community meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thanks. I won't belabor the point. Councilman Jones, really appreciate your comments. Those are about everything I was going to say, which is there's not a single thing on this docket, on this comprehensive zoning text amendment, that is allowing more uses. From the time that I started running And in the 2 years that I've been on this body, this is a response to emails and emails and emails and conversations and neighborhood meetings and comprehensive studies and walking tours of neighborhoods. And so, to Councilman Jones's point, if mailers and newspapers and every digital device under the sun is not the best way to get noticed, then we need to get feedback and figure out what we can do that's actually achievable. I completely agree. I understand. But everything that is in this zoning text amendment actually allows for more public input. Every single thing on there will require a downzoning, which means it's not that those rights are gone away or the privileges are away. It's that you now have to go through an extra set of checks and balances, whether that's filing an application at the Land Use Control Board or the Board of Adjustment, which requires public notice, which can then be appealed if it's Land Use Control Board to the City Council, which has another set of public notice. So it's accomplishing all the things that the majority of people that are giving feedback. To Councilman Smiley's point, just for clarity, this is a comprehensive zoning. It's not like this is a zoning case and a single issue. That being said, I don't have an issue. Our UDC stipulates, and correct me if I'm wrong here, our UDC stipulates when we get to the second reading of an ordinance that requires a zoning change or zoning text change, the planning department typically honors that change. So if Councilman Ford would like to have it held, I'm fine with that for input. But this body must be prepared to come next week or our next meeting and dispose of the issue one way or the other with same night minutes. Now, we can vote on tonight and have 2 weeks to reconsider it, or we can do same 9 minutes. I know people have issues one way or the other with same 9 minutes, so it's kind of pick your poison. So, Councilman Ford, whatever you want to do, I'm fine with.
Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. We need to hold this. It's been said, district council person first. You're represented by 4. All right, 3 others. Okay? Please don't ever say, come to me. You got 4 people that represent you. Wake up, smell the coffee of the 3. How many cards did we have? I know everybody that got up and spoke tonight. Respect them. Don't respect me. I really don't care. I want you to respect my people tonight. They are here. They came tonight. Whenever you see somebody come, listen to them. Okay? This is all that I'm saying. But hey, you're represented by 4. Don't put me in the box by myself, okay? 2 weeks would not hurt. We can come back and make the decision. But I would like them to get with my people, have some kind of meeting, talk to them, explain it to them. A lot of people don't understand what's going on. Please explain things to them. 2 weeks is not going to hurt. Y'all come to my district. Y'all come and talk to the people. Doc, you talking about the pipeline. It's a dead issue. Please vote against it when we get to that. People tired of it. That's my district again. I keep trying to warn y'all about my district. Don't let me come east, north, nowhere else. I try to respect y'all district, but I know 4. All I need is 3 others. We can hold it for 2 more weeks. Then we come back and we can vote it up or down. But I want y'all to respect the people that got up and came down here tonight. And whenever they come down here in District 6, y'all better respect these people, because they can show you better than tell you. Because you know what? Election is coming this coming year. That's going to be counted. Some of y'all going to want to run. I want y'all out there to remember these names, okay? Next year, it ain't city election, it's county. Some of y'all want to run for things. You better elect the ones that want to do something for you instead of say, hey, it's about them. It ain't about me tonight. It's about the people that you're going to put there to represent you. Okay? 2 weeks ain't going to hurt nothing. Now, I call for the question. Now, y'all can do what you want to do, but I'm going to warn you. Because, hey, people, election time coming. Don't be fooled. Wake up and smell the coffee. Wake up and think about who you gonna vote for that's gonna represent you. That's why I said, I'm not the only one. Y'all represented by 4. Every district is represented by 4 council members. Y'all remember that. Not 1, but by 4. Now y'all can make decisions what you want. I'm through. Call for the question.
All right, question's been called, but in council tradition thus far, Councilman Jones, do you just want to go ahead and have the vote, or do you really want to talk?
Well, I just have a question.
Ask your quick question, then, please.
So, in the 2 weeks, what's going to take place?
Well, we're going to have a meeting. First of all, Mr. Whitehead and all of them need to have a meeting with, you can call me tomorrow and we can set up a meeting to talk to these people. I want you at the meeting. Okay? You represent. I want the other 2 super district council members at the meeting too. Got it? Set the meeting up, baby. Okay? Invite him. You got a problem, you don't have to show up. You know, I was on this council once before. The only way that I got people to come to a meeting, hell left. Just meet them. Okay? Other than that, they didn't come to a meeting. Call for the question. That's what I want.
So,
Don't do that today.
Normally, when we have hearings, you know, I think about some of the issues that we've talked about earlier today. It's for a particular site, but we're talking about a comprehensive set of ordinances that are addressing a myriad of issues. And so I'm in support of them, and whether we have because this is increasing the amount of public input, whether it's 2 weeks or not, I'm still going to vote in favor of it. I just don't know what we are accomplishing if my mind is made up to support these particular issues by voting affirmative today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Councilman Smiley, can we vote on this?
Absolutely. Call for the question.
All right, seeing no members in the queue, thank you, Councilman Smiley. Get that cleared up. All right, it seems that there is still objection to the hold, so we're going to call this special item 1. Moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Smiley. Seeing no members of the queue, are you ready to vote? So a yes vote on this special item is to hold this for 2 weeks. A no vote brings us back to debate on the main motion. Prepare the screen. Do you need further clarification? A yes vote holds, a no vote goes back to conversation. Cast your votes. Show the results, please.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, no. Logan, yes. Morgan, no. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Kobeck, yes.
All right, thank you. That item is held for 2 weeks. All right, guys, we're going to go into item 54, which is some of the pipeline. I'm going to ask respectfully for decorum. This is an incredibly passionate issue for all sides. So please keep your applause down. Keep any comments to yourself unless you have pulled a card and wish to speak on this item. Let's all be cool, okay? Do I have cards on item 54? Madam Comptroller, call item 54.
Item number 54 is an ordinance to regulate the use of city streets and rights of way by public utilities, including oil and gas pipeline companies, up for third and final reading, all council districts. Ordinance number 5807 is sponsored by Councilman Smiley, Carlisle, and Warren.
Thank you very much, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Smiley, Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee met recommends approval, and I so move as amended.
Is this item 54?
Actually, I'll tell you what, let's just do it without the amendment, and then we've got some amended language that is coming.
54 is not being held. All right. Hang on, let me get caught up. I got a bunch of cards. All right. Move it, Mr. Carlisle. And it's been moved, been seconded by Councilman Morgan. We go into discussion. Council members, I have a bunch of cards. Why don't we hear from the public first? And
we need to discuss the amendments first, because it can affect the comments.
okay, all right, before we get to cards then, Councilman Warren, you're in the queue, or do you want, Councilman Carlisle, you made it, or do we go to Council Attorney? All right, Attorney Wade, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I passed out this morning a red line copy of the ordinance. Typically, when we get to third reading, I comb through it to make sure it is accurate. I think we did get some comments from the public or from the environmental lawyers. This is not an attempt to address those, but it does clarify some issues. First of all, the changes have been made to make sure that we articulate that this is not covering telecommunications companies as they are, that is telephone, telegraph, or other telecommunication systems, because they are covered by an existing ordinance 5551 that was adopted, I believe, in 2011. This particular ordinance deals with other utilities other than telecommunications. There's also language which excludes, let me get to it. It basically excludes cable companies which are regulated by federal law. It also excludes video and internet providers which are covered by a recent Tennessee statute. Those companies have the ability to elect to take a state franchise rather than to have a right-of-way agreement with the city. But in any event, if they elect to have a right-of-way agreement with us, they will be under the telecommunications ordinance. There was some concern expressed about this ordinance use of the terminology public utilities and how state law may give public utilities eminent domain. First of all, this council is not the General Assembly. We do not have the authority to confer eminent domain on anybody. We do not have the right to take eminent domain away from anybody. The language in this ordinance used the terminology public utility, a definition that is solely for the purpose of this ordinance and this ordinance only. And there's language added which basically, and I'll read it, that the definitions used in this ordinance are for the sole purpose of determining the applicability and scope hereof, and not intended to abrogate, confer, expand, or limit any rights, privileges, authorities, or immunities granted to the city or to any utility owner by federal or state laws presently in existence or may be subsequently amended. So companies that attempt to install their utility systems in the city either have eminent domain or they don't. That is not an issue for us because we do have eminent domain, and as I commented on one of the prior ordinances,
we cannot constitutionally delegate that right to anybody, not to a private or public utility. So that issue is not really an issue to be concerned about. This ordinance is an ordinance that deals with non-telecommunication systems, and it is broader than the setback ordinance, which is limited to oil pipelines. This one deals with a number of different systems such as electricity, light, heat, power, water, including wind energy. There has been recent legislation passed by the General Assembly that allows local governments to regulate the placement of wind energy systems. It is a far more comprehensive in scope ordinance than any other one. And the intent is that any of these systems that attempt to install their systems in the city cannot do so without using our rights of way. If you recall, we adopted a wellhead protection ordinance that protected our most valuable assets that tap into the aquifer. This one regulates our next most precious asset, which are our rights of way. So none of these systems can logistically deploy without using our rights of way. So this is the gateway that expands the scope of our control over who can access it, including oil pipelines, fuel, jet lines, and things of that nature. So in my opinion, this ordinance is far more comprehensive and far more defensible because it is, one, broader in scope, and two, because it is patterned after an existing ordinance that's been in effect for over 10 years and that we have litigated, and I feel confident that I can defend this one. Aside from definitional changes, there is a distinction between a public utility and a private utility. A public utility is, under case law, is one that deploys these systems but dedicates them to the public use. And they have to be dedicated and used in the city. They are not interstate in nature. So this ordinance deals with public utilities that have devoted their systems to the public use. One such, if you digress and go with the existing ordinance dealing with telecoms, they basically are considered to have dedicated their lines for public use because under old case law, they allow their systems to be used by the state and local governments in the cases of emergency. So they do have some aspects of their systems that are devoted to public use and therefore are considered public utilities, even though they are not owned by the city. MLG&W is considered to be a public utility, but it is owned by the city, and it is exclusively devoted to public use. It cannot be used for private gain or profit. Contrary to that, a private utility is one that deploys the same systems, but those are devoted for private gain or profit. That's the distinction. Oil pipelines that were at issue before Plains withdrew, that is a private utility, and I'm not sure there are any statutes that give them eminent domain, but I'm not addressing that issue or making any opinion about that. That has to be addressed by property owners in a proper litigation. There's one section that I think in doing the amendment, there's a utility systems section 3.40, which is redundant of a prior one. So I will be deleting that, but it will not impact the scope of the ordinance. There also was some concern about language that I think it was perceived to allow private utilities that presently exist to continue to exist, but may expand in the right-of-way. That language was in error. The language now mirrors the language that's in the wellhead protection ordinance, which basically allows expansion only within the boundaries. Let's see, what does it say? Within the boundaries of an oil refinery or oil terminal associated with docks and processing facilities. This language is identical to the language in the wellhead protection ordinance and in the version of the setback ordinance that was adopted by the county commission. So that should not be an issue. And as I indicated, the ordinance is excluded for telecommunications providers, cable communication, cable television services, and also broadband internet providers or video service providers as defined under the Tennessee Competitive Cable and Video Service Act. So with that, I think the rest of it is pretty much identical to Ordinance 5551 governing telecommunication systems. It deals with the process by which you obtain a permit. It talks about indemnification and hold harmless provisions that have been non-existent to date for oil pipelines or any other type of pipelines. It talks about the city engineer role in permitting, and it also has a provision to the extent that some access is allowed, not only for oil pipelines, but for other utilities, that we have the ability to charge a fee for use of the rights-of-way, which goes into a right-of-way fund and is used for street paving and other improvements to our infrastructure. As you know, that is an important unfunded aspect of our city government, that we have many streets are in disrepair and do not have the adequate revenue to do it. So every opportunity where we have to license some access, we try to make sure that we charge. And I think there was some comment about this may disturb some revenue potential for us. I don't understand that. We have carefully studied our rights-of-way fees and our rights-of-way compensation models. We have accessed and assessed the cost that we spend on these items, and I will tell you that it is no paltry sum. If you allocate all of the amounts of money from all divisions that have anything to do with our rights-of-way, it goes into the tens of millions of dollars. So from that point of view, for us to ignore a revenue opportunity, I think is not wise. With that, I will wait until after we have public comment, and I'll be glad to answer any questions after that.
All right. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on comments and feedback and the advice of council, I move to replace Ordinance 5807 with substitute Ordinance 5807.
All right. I have a motion to replace and substitute moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. All right. So I basically treat it as an amendment. Now that we go into discussion on that, Mr. Carlisle, Councilman, okay, you just got out of the queue. Councilman Jones, do we want to hear from the public, or would you like to speak first?
I'd like to speak first.
The language of the amendment.
You're recognized.
Mr. Wade, looking at page 9, when you're defining the type of utilities, whether they're private or public utilities, a limited liability company, how is that? Is that a joint stock company?
Let me address that. They are considered under these types of ordinances to be the same as a corporation. There's case law on it, there's federal case law on it. We've actually litigated the issue, I think it was level 3, which is a telecom company, and they're a limited liability company, and Judge Donald ruled that they were to be considered the same as a corporation.
Could we just insert,
Yes, you
it wouldn't
could.
take anything away from it
I would have no objection.
for us to just, okay, so I would add the language limited liability company to be included in the different types of entities that would be private as.
I made a
Okay,
note.
thank you.
Amendment's accepted. Is there any opposition? You're the second. Friendly amendments added. You good? All right. Okay, let's go to public comments because I have no other council members in the queue at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Let's go 2 minutes per, as is our fashion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call up the first 3, and then I'm going to bring up the next 3. First one is Keyshawn Pearson. Come on down. Kimberly Owens Pearson. Are you here? Oh, there you are. Come on. And Ward Archer. You here? There he is. All right. You get 2 minutes individually. You don't have to. You can't share time. So 2-minute clock. So give me your name and address.
Keyshawn Pearson, 1110 Starline, Memphis, Tennessee.
All right. 2-minute clock. Please share.
All right. So first of all, I want to say thank you and good afternoon to the esteemed body and the audience. I am Keyshawn Pearson. I'm the board member of Protect Our Aquifer and Memphis Community Against Pollution. And so my concern with the documentation as amended is that first, this is the first time we are hearing all of the updates really summarized in this expedient fashion. And so what we are asking is that we delay the vote just in order that we are able to comprehensively understand all of the language that is presented. A few things that stand out to me is that internet service providers are excluded based on a Tennessee statute that supersedes what this ordinance is seeking to accomplish. Crude oil pipelines and their eminent domain status is also inferred and really litigated by that same Tennessee statute, and a Tennessee statute of that body. And so I want to understand a little bit more about why that information is not included, as well as how the right-of-way will be executed for crude oil pipelines in, I guess, in sync with the pipelines that are currently already in existence. And so just because we need more information and more time to really look over that documentation and those recent updates, we ask that you hold this for another couple of weeks.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Kimberly Owens Pearson. Give us your name and address, and I'll go ahead and start your 2-minute clock.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Kimberly Owens Pearson, 1110 Starline. I'm here to speak to the ordinance Attorney Wade just spoke about. We just want to know what it's about. Have an opportunity to clearly read it, get it, understand it, like everyone else. A few minutes ago, we just talked about informing people, having them have an understanding. That's needed. You just can't pass stuff and just make amendments and think you can summarize it and everybody gets it. That's not acceptable. So just want an opportunity to hear the ordinance, to see it for ourselves, look over the ordinance. With the right of way means giving regulations and providing someone the right to do something. So with that, we want to be informed about that. We understand that this ordinance needs these amendments and that it will impact our community. So we want to have an opportunity to look over it, read it, and see what's best for us.
All right.
Let me see my other points. We care about this legislation. We care about protecting our community with as many just laws as possible. And that means being informed, not just having a summary. So
All right.
thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Ward Archer. Go ahead and give us your name and address, and we'll start the 2-minute clock.
My name is Ward Archer. I live at 335 Kenilworth in Midtown 38112. certainly appreciate all the good work, Attorney Wade, that you've done on this. You know, back during the case that we had, and not just Protect Our Aquifer, but MCAP had fighting the eminent domain, it all came down to, does the pipeline company have the right? And we knew that they didn't, and they knew that we knew that they didn't. And that's why on July 2nd at 2:45 they folded, because there is no statute in Tennessee, I'm told by counsel, that allows for a crude oil pipeline to be classified as a public utility. So, two things. First, you know, although we appreciate all this good work, we certainly wish we had had time to see it before tonight, and so we would like it to be delayed so that we can have a chance to see it. And secondly, we're concerned that with those words in there, classifying it a crude oil pipeline as a public utility will be an opening for the pipeline to come back, which we do not want. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Paul Klein, come on down. Sarah Houston and Duffy Marie Arnault. So Sarah Houston, are you with us? All right, super. And Duffy Marie? Super, come on down. All right, can I go ahead and get your name and address? We'll start your 2-minute clock.
Paul Klein, 1841 Black Bear Circle, 38016. As a voting Memphis resident, I'm here to ask you tonight to please delay this vote on 5807 until the public has seen and spoken on the final legislation. I'm a private citizen. I'm not a public speaker. I knew I had 2 minutes, and I knew this was so important, so I spent a lot of time reading 5807. There was a lot. And now I've watched it be changed right before my eyes, but I can't see the changes. So again, I implore you to delay. I have concerns about the city opening the city to future lawsuits, allowing citizens to be sued for eminent domain, as has been mentioned, and allowing the future pipeline to be built in existing right-of-ways over our precious aquifer. For the last year, Memphis has been all in the news regarding the Byhalia pipeline. Headlines, front page stories, major national media have covered the David and Goliath dispute between low-wealth citizens of color and big oil. Local and national newspapers, magazines, A-list celebrities have supported the cause and then celebrated the win when Byhalia withdrew their plans. Now the whole country's watching to see if the city council that was elected by the people of Memphis will support their efforts. Do you folks want to be remembered as being on the citizen side or the corporate side of this? Vote to delay today.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Sarah Houston, and let's go ahead and get your name and address, and we'll start your clock.
Yes, sir. All right. Hey, everybody. Sarah Houston, 673 East Parkway South, Unit 3, 38104. Thanks again, y'all, for this marathon day. I know it's been long. I echo the sentiments you've just heard. We would like to see a delay. And, you know, I wanted to point out that this law really was sculpted primarily for telecom. And it's nice to have, you know, kind of a template to work from. And I really applaud Attorney Wade and the council for continuing this momentum to really find protective measures. You know, that's what we're looking to do is not only protect our aquifer, protect our community, but there is a concern because there are different impacts between telecom infrastructure and crude oil pipelines. They have different impacts to our drinking water supply, to our communities. So when seeing these new amendments, I think that we'll be able to come to a more clear understanding understanding of really what that is going to cover, and ensure that we are, removing it from this public utility listing that we all know can really muddy the water. And we want to have a law that is crystal clear as the water that comes from our aquifer. So we want that, understanding really what this is going to support. And I want to emphasize, why these laws are all coming together. So very thankful that this wellhead protection ordinance was passed. Super exciting, great step in the right direction. And we're looking for more protections because we saw with TDEX a RAP permit. We saw with Army Corps of Engineers nationwide permit 12 that there's a massive gap in how our land use is regulated, especially when it comes to our unique geology. And so we want to keep that in mind. What are the purpose of these laws? What are we really trying to achieve? It's not about limiting industry. It's not about limiting a bunch of things. It's about ensuring we're doing what's best for the public's interest and for the protection of our drinking water moving forward. So with that, I will ask you to delay this. And we do not think that it's one or the other, but both. So perhaps we can pass a 1,500-foot setback. Thank you so much.
My bad. Ms. Arnott, did I pronounce that correctly?
Duffy Marie Arnold.
Arnott.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice to have you. Name and address. We'll start your clock.
Okay. Duffy Marie Arnold, 1662, Memphis, Tennessee, 38112. Good evening, Memphis City Councilors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am co-founder and co-chair of the Memphis and Mid-South chapter of the Climate Reality Project. We are standing with our coalition partners today for the passage of the 1,500-foot setback pipeline and passage of the delay for the new rights-of-way ordinance. With the 1,500-foot setback, we need you to put much-needed protection in place for our neighborhoods, parks, schools, and religious institutions. Pipelines inevitably leak, and that would be devastating to our community. 1 pound of crude oil spilled can contaminate 25 million gallons of our drinking water. With the rights of way, I appreciate you reading the amendments today, but the public and community groups should have the right to read and study the details with more time before you vote. I implore you to consider this. The economic costs of increasing climate change disasters are in the billions, and you cannot put a price on the lives lost related to a world saturated with carbon emissions. It is happening now in South Memphis, where residents have 4 times the national cancer rate due to toxic release facilities. Continued investments in fossil fuels and more pipelines would make this worse. Every vote and every voice matters, and not everyone could be here today to give public comments, and especially with the amendments. We need you to pass the 1,500-foot pipeline setback ordinance and delay the rights of way ordinance. The intention may be good, but the public deserves more time for community input and understanding of the implications of the rights of way. Thank you for listening and keeping all of our concerns in mind to make sure our city is passing just legislation for a healthier future that puts our community and our natural resources first, not the financial interests of multi-billion-dollar pipeline companies. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Arnott. Okay. Justin Pearson, Reverend Gordon Myers, I believe it's Jay Moses, and Brandy Price. Would y'all come on down? Hold on one second, Justin.
Okay.
We'll go right back. 1, 2. Yep.
Ms. Pearson, your clock will start as soon as you make your introduction. Good afternoon.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
good evening at this point.
Good evening. Relating to the evening. I'm Justin J. Pearson, 1110 Starline. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, City Councilors. Today, we are grateful for the intent of this legislation to use police powers that the City Council knows that it has and apply that to crude oil pipelines and other infrastructure. At this time, as you have heard from a lot of folks in our coalition, we have not had an opportunity to read the particular amendments. But I will tell you this, that we appreciate that the amendments have come. It is showing that people power does work. Folks did email, folks did call, and you all took those considerations, you heeded them, and amendments and changes were made. And so we're grateful to you, Attorney Wade, and we're grateful to the City Council for the work that you did to try and improve this ordinance. Help me out, help me out. The reality is there were some concerns about public utilities. There are concerns about whether or not these pipelines would actually be given permission to take folks' land. There was a carve-out in the initial legislation that would have pipelines be able to build in their own rights of way. And those are the types of concerns that we believe have been addressed. And so from what I was hearing, it sounded good, but what we would like the opportunity to do is actually read it. And Councilman Carlisle, I know he's not here right now, has often said folks come up here and they haven't read what they're advocating for or advocating against. Well, we read the legislation, and so we want to make sure we know what's in it before we determine our position on it. And so we would like for you to give us that opportunity over the next couple of weeks. And we do want to advocate that you do pass the 1,500-foot crude oil pipeline setback. I heard about the smoke shops, and if you had replaced pipeline with smoke shop, it'd been the same piece of legislation. But nobody was saying, why 1,320 feet versus 1,500 feet? And so we know what good legislation is and just legislation is to protect the people who have been most unprotected by the lack of legislation. Those are the folks who live in Boxtown, and those are the folks who live in 30109, and those are the folks who are in predominantly black districts that you have an opportunity and an obligation to protect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Next, we have Reverend Gordon Myers.
Gordon Myers, 11167 Orville Cove, 38002. I'm also one of the tri-chairs of the Tennessee Poor People's Campaign. And you have me at a little disadvantage. Not only did you change a lot of stuff I was commenting about, but you had me follow Justin. and that's a difficult act. But as a person of faith who has become aware of the ecological devastation which has already been inflicted on several parts of our communities, especially communities of people of color and poverty, it would seem to me that as the city goes about composing new ordinances, that they would want to have and demonstrate a special care and concern for the people of Memphis over the concerns of private profit enterprises. I was really dismayed when I saw the change in the legislation that listed under public utilities crude oil pipelines. It's not clear at all to me how for-profit corporations, giving them the ability to transit toxic substances through the neighborhoods of the cities of Memphis using public rights-of-ways, how that is to the betterment of the people of Memphis. I also noticed that there are several places where the ordinance calls for the indemnification and who hold the city of Memphis harmless, and it goes to great effort to hold itself harmless. But where is the indemnification for the people of Memphis when something happens, when something goes wrong? The residents whose health and safety and peace and happiness are at risk by what's going on in their neighborhood. And I was especially concerned when you go to a lot of effort to talk about the remediation of when toxic waste is spilt on public right-of-ways, but there's no remediation or effort when toxic waste ends up in people's backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Myers. Jay Moses, did I say that correctly?
No, you didn't, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not a problem. May I have your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is P. Moses.
Okay.
Government name Pamela Janine Moses, 2383 Jackson Avenue.
Okay.
I'm here first today to say that greetings to the chairman here and the city council. I want to say welcome back, Mr. Ford. Welcome back. You were much needed. I am against this pipeline in all its totality. I don't care how much you amend it. But the first thing this city council needs to do if they want to make the right decisions on anything in this agenda is they need to get rid of Alan Wade. He was here when
Edmund Ford was here, and he deliberately misleads people into thinking that things are good for us, and it's not. You can smile all you want. It's okay. God is good, and he has the final say. I think all of you could learn how to be better councilmen by seeing how Ms. Patrice Robinson runs her district. She has meetings at a public place and people come out. I've been to them. If none of you can walk through the neighborhood in which you serve, like Mr. Ford, because he's not my district person, but I can see him in his neighborhood at the BJ Wings. Councilman Morgan, you have never returned any of my calls, and that's a problem. I contacted City Council about legitimate issues. And just in case you didn't know, the district attorney has me over across the street fighting for my life for those voting charges. 12 of them was dismissed today. So I might not have the right to vote, but I got 2 phones with 20,000 people's address and phone number and email that can vote, and all of you gonna be held accountable. I thank you for your service, but you need to take this a little bit more serious. You may wanna be governor, Mr. JB, but your people in Memphis need you to advocate for them here. You've done good today, but I need to see more.
Ma'am, your time is up.
No, you didn't cut me off like you did. Don't cut me off. You let the...
Ma'am, I apologize. Your time is up. I've been fair with everybody. Cedric. Ma'am. I greatly appreciate your comments. Your 2 minutes are up, ma'am. Let's be fair to everybody. All right. Thank you, Ms. Moses. All right, Ms. Price. Okay. Ms. Price, once again, I'm going to go ahead and let's give me your name and address for the record, and we'll start your 2 minutes right when you're done with that.
My name is Brandy Price, 6571 Stockport Code at 38141. I'm here today in opposition totally against this pipeline or ordinances of trying to manufacture or make people settle for it. There's already ordinances and legislation in place against this pipeline, and the people that have been unbought, the unbought people of Memphis, say no more imperialist pollution invading our neighborhoods. No more. No matter who's been bought by the city council, bought by MGFW. No, we've had the technology for green, clean energy for almost 100 years, but yet we still being invaded by the snout of pipelines and gas stations to pollute our nation, to pollute our country, and to destroy our water. We still have yet to clean the lead out of our water, and y'all just want to pollute our systems and water supply more and more, and just constantly, y'all constantly allowing or giving room to places or to people that don't care about the people of Memphis. Well, I don't care if y'all been bought by the Rockefellers. I don't care if y'all been bought by Valero. I don't care about who signed y'all checks. But right here, the people need to speak. The people need to be heard. This is a democracy, not a plutocracy, I don't care who writes your checks. You represent the people. Y'all not here to just collect the check. Y'all not here to run for governor or to just position yourself into higher position away from the people. Y'all in y'all ivory towers while there are people still starving to death, dying, can't breathe. You can't breathe with the trucks y'all bring in our neighborhoods. Y'all poison our water. You're poisoning your own people. You sold us out. Yes, Martavius Jones, you sold us out. Yes, JB Smiley, you sold us out. You gone, baby. But you,
ma'am,
you
ma'am, your time is up.
You sold out the people. The people heard.
Ma'am. Cedric. Sergeant Arms. All right. Okay, that concludes the public comments. Let's remember decorum. Let's go over to this part of it now. Ma'am, did you pull a card? Did you pull a card before I called item 54? Okay, Cedric is busy. Why don't you come on up to the microphone? Ma'am, come on up. I will, ma'am, if you pulled a card, I will let you speak and you speak only. I will assume that Cedric did not get it for you. All right. Ma'am, I'm going to assume.
Karen Spencer McGee, 2744 Burns Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee. What about my Hispanic community? Nutbush and Macon Road. I live in Burns, which is considered to be Bethel Grove, but I advocate all over Memphis. We had 4 Hispanic babies shot, but 2 weeks prior to that, the babies told some folks that people were out there brandishing guns. That's a damn shame. That's what that is. This whole thing up here is worse than that kangaroo court at 201 Poplar. I'm here today to say no, hell to the no. South Memphis, right there on Bullington Avenue, had a tree fall on some wires. I went to JB's house and put a note on the door, says don't nobody answer the phone, and all these passive-aggressive emails that I send never come back. I'm here to tell you all that we are sick and tired of being sick and tired. You represent the Commonwealth. You all are letting people rob the city of Memphis with an ink pen. Anybody know about that? Lastly, but not leastly, say it in Spanish so I can say it.
What is it? El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
They don't have representatives up here. Nutbush and Macon Road, y'all need to get out here and see about these people.
Ma'am, you're running out of time.
Ford,
Ma'am, your time's up. Your time's up.
Next Thursday to our communities so we can have dinner and talk.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank y'all very much. Ma'am, no further outbursts, please. No further outbursts, please. Ma'am, you're now warned. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a meeting of the Memphis City Council in the public, not with the public. I do not have a card from you, sir. All right. Let's get back on track. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes public comments. I believe Councilman Smiley wishes to be recognized. That's it. Cedric, please remove her. You're excused, madam. Hold on, JB. You are interrupting our meeting. This is not decorum. Cedric, escort them out. You're excused, madam. You know, you're excused. Thank you very much. You're excused. Thank you very much. You're excused. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, It is unfortunate because I'm betting we are going to, in fact, hold this. But let's just remember, let's keep decorum. Let us remember that we are here to debate the issue. We're not going to yell. We're not going to scream. This is about us meeting in the public. Okay? Now, Councilman Smiley, you wish to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank every member of the community who spoke today. I will say this. I think what I've tried to do in my tenure on this body is to represent the interests of the people. I think the majority of the folks in the city of Memphis know that. I will also say this. The folks, again, requested that we hold this for some time to... I got you, Councilman Ford. I would do just that. I think the folks in the community suggested that we hold this particular piece of legislation so they can have time to review it. And I don't see any reason why we shouldn't hold it.
Is that a motion? Second.
And, you know, with that, I would like to give Councilman Ford an opportunity to speak to it, but I think it's pretty clear what the people want. I think it's pretty clear what Councilman Ford wants. And with that being said, I will make a motion to hold, and I will hope that Councilman Ford can hear me and comes back and tell the people that he's going to fully support this motion to hold, just to give people an opportunity to review this particular piece of legislation. And with that, I move to hold.
Councilman Smiley moves to hold, seconded by Councilman Jones. I think Councilman Morgan wishes not to object necessarily, but has a question. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
No question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I was going to say a motion to hold is completely in order at this time. And I just want to kind of recap what's happened with this process, and not necessarily some of the some of what we just saw, but going back to when this was first recognized as a problem. There's an oil pipeline company that was coming to town. People recognized it as a problem. People began to engage with one another. More people got involved, and they stood up for those people, and they had their voice heard. We heard their voice. We recognized it as a problem. Then all of a sudden, the oil pipeline company recognized that they had a problem. And so as we go through this process, there have been a lot of different people in groups that have come together that have recognized this as a problem, and the city council is certainly one of them. And there have been ordinances put forward, resolutions put forward, ideas put forward that we're all sharing and engaging and going back and forth with one another, and we're trying to reach the same solution where essentially we have two priorities. One is the protection of our aquifer for this generation and the ones that come. And second is the protection of our communities through the protection of individual property rights, as much as we have the authority to do so from the city council body. And I really appreciate all the engagement and the back and forth that we've had on this. I think iron sharpens iron, and we have made our language and our arguments and our process through this legislative effort has gotten stronger through that. And of course, we want to share this information with you. Reverend, I think you mentioned earlier about having trust in God, and faith in God is wonderful, but you want to double check the government, and you want to take a look at this writing. That's great. Let's get back together and talk about it. We want to make sure that we get this right, and what we do is defensible. And I appreciate all the patience and passion that we've had on this issue from everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's an excellent point, Councilman. Trust but verify. Councilman Ford, there's a motion to hold on the table. It's been seconded. There is no objection, but would you like to add comment?
Yeah, I got to get a comment, and then there's a young lady out there that filled out a card. I would like to give her 2 minutes, and then we can do the voting. But I want to give her respect, okay, today.
Councilman Ford, you wish to recognize, ma'am? Would you come forward?
Yeah. Give her 2 minutes.
Okay.
You know, before we give her 2 minutes, a lot of things that go on, people get upset. There's a way you handle that. I'm going to take care of those people. That's why I walked out of here. Okay? I'm going to take care of those people. But a lot of things that these people said tonight, that's what I was talking about earlier. People better wake up and smell the coffee. I don't have to be up here. I didn't really wish to be up here, didn't want to be up here, but you know, I love people. I like helping people. That's the only reason why I'm here, to try to help. That's why I want that young lady to have hers. I went out there. These people deserve a lot. I see a lot of different things, especially when it comes to my race, the Latinos, and everybody else. We got to become one. It ain't a black thing, white thing, red thing, yellow thing. It's our thing. I like everybody up here on this council. Okay? But let's everybody know what's right and everybody know what's wrong. I have 40 employees at my place. I tell each and every one of them, I love them all. But when it come down to my business and taking care of the people in my business, I don't like nobody. Because it's important, okay? Okay? But that's why I said, hey, we want to get everybody's ideas. We don't want to upset nobody. That's why I want you to go ahead and talk. I appreciate you. Give your name, address, and your 2 minutes.
My name is Rachel Cajun, and I live at 755 Burlington Avenue, 38106. Thank you, Mr. Ford, for even letting me have a voice. I cannot incriminate any of you with anything harsh. Only thing I can speak of is what I know. I know that our communities in 38106, 38114, 38141, 38112, it is not fair that meetings of this kind is held and everybody don't understand or know what is going on. We have voices and would like to voice our opinions, but we are continually getting voicemails and the people are not here, call tomorrow, or months done pass and things are not happening. It's continuous violence in our schools. They say it's because of the lead that is in the pipes that's already here. And I would like to know if someone will please look into our schools and find out why are we constantly having violence. Is it because of the lead in the water that they said is going on? I would also like to know, can our Hispanic brothers and sisters get someone to translate? They have a voice in our community. If we do not come together and united as one, then how are you all going to represent us as a city? How are we going to be represented if none of you know what we want to say? If the Hispanic population, the Latina population, the Black population, the poor population do not have a voice to speak with those that's supposed to represent us, then how would you proactively represent us? Like I said, I cannot say what y'all have done and have not. Only thing I can speak on is what I see. I'm seeing crime, very desperate crime of our children continually being killed.
15 seconds if you want to wrap it up. All right.
And I apologize for my peers. They tried to voice their opinions, but I know to be humbled and let God work on what needs to be worked on. And thank y'all for trying. Thank you, Mr. Ford, for hearing my plea.
All right. Well said, my friend. Well said. Well said. Thank you. Okay, I've got a motion to hold without objection. Is anybody opposed to that? All right, we're going to hear that in 2 weeks. That 54 is held. All right. Then, colleagues, let's go to item 15, which is kind of a companion to that. Is there any objection to holding that for 2 weeks? Because put them all in tandem. Is there any objection? Seeing none, item 15 is now a hold for 2 weeks. What you need? We'll see y'all again in 2 weeks if you're here for pipeline. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Mr. Wade, somebody brought up, made the comment about the way that we have things defined in here, that a pipeline, the argument could be made based upon the definition that it is a utility system. Would it be possible to perhaps separate and define it just under systems, and then we have utility systems?
As I pointed out, these definitions are only for our use and were not intended to, and are not, we can't give pipelines eminent domain. Now, they have a concern. They have no legal objection that is necessary. I mean, they believe that the pipelines will say, well, you said we're a public utility. That dog don't hunt in court.
Right.
You got to have the organic power from state law, not from us, okay? Now, I don't think they're a public utility under the definitions that we have here, because they're for profit and for personal gain, and they would not be even able to make that argument under the definitions that we have. So, I mean, that is used for our purposes only to define the broadest scope of people that might put things in our streets.
I get that. I get that, Mr. Wade, but I'm just saying, if we could just separate it out, maybe, like I said, the way that you have it here, you have system and then, or utility system.
Right.
So if we just have, maybe a couple of them separated under systems.
Okay. If that is a concern, I'm just telling you legally, even they say that doesn't fly, and that the argument that that the oil pipelines might make is erroneous. I agree with that. No. But I think what we could do is this. We could just say utility owner, okay? Take public, private out. I don't care what it is. I mean, we're just trying to get the broadest net possible so that we make sure nobody's slipping.
But I'm not under the private part, Mr. Wade. I'm under the utility system and systems part. It doesn't speak public, private. It just says system or utility system.
And it doesn't say anything about private or public in that definition. If
right.
You read it carefully.
No. I know, but I'm just saying, if somehow we can separate it out, it can be a subsection just to take away the argument for them to basically say, somehow I'm construing this just to take, just to take the argument away.
I'll look at it,
okay.
And I'll be ready to address it. I mean, I think I've done that.
I think you have to. That proverbial belt and suspenders is all I'm looking for here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's continue on with our business. Colleagues, heads up, I believe there's going to be a request to reopen item, I think it's 14, but I don't see Council Lady Thomas. She's not here. Let's call a couple of cases till she comes back in. Madam Comptroller, let's call item 55, see if we can get through some of these pretty fast. Five, six, seven. Yeah, we have a quorum. 55.
Item number 55 is a resolution to amend the council FY grant allocations. All council districts are affected. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you very much. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
Been moved by Councilman Morgan, seconded by Council Lady Johnson. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on item 55. Please cast your votes. Go ahead and show the screens.
Listen up. Canale, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Covet, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 56.
Item number 56 is a resolution to amend the council FY22 grant allocations. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Warren. There's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you very much. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move. Item number 55 is still on the screen, though.
Oh, 56, please.
There's just a slight delay. It
Okay.
stays up 15 seconds, and it seems like forever.
There we go. So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Morgan, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on item 56. Please prepare the screen. Cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call 57.
Item number 57 is a resolution to amend the council FY22 grant allocations, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. There's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you very much. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
Been moved by Councilman Morgan, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members in the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on item 57. Please prepare the screen. And cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call 58.
Item number 58 is a resolution to amend the council FY22 grant allocations, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Smiley, and there's a request for same night minutes, and there still is a delay on the board.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
Been moved by Councilman Morgan, seconded by Councilman Jones. Seeing no members in the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on item 58. Please prepare the screen.
It's moved by Morgan, and the screen has not caught up.
Moved by Councilman Morgan, seconded by Councilman Jones.
54 keeps coming up.
Okay. Canali, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Chairman Colbett, yes. Warren.
Councilman Warren is a yes. Councilman Ford is a yes.
So noted, and thank you.
Confirm that item passes. Call 59.
Item number 59 is a resolution requesting an exemption on the sale of tobacco moratorium at 1873 Madison Avenue, District 5, Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Canali.
Thank you very much. Councilman Morgan. Oh, Councilman Canali, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, the committee met, recommend approval, and I so move.
Been moved by Councilman Canali. Digitally. There we go. Seconded by Councilman Morgan. Seeing no members of the queue, assume you're ready to vote on item 59. Please prepare the screen. Cast your votes.
Okay. Canali, yes. Carlisle abstained. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Warren, no. Chairman Colbett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Call item 60.
Item number 60 is a resolution approving a MLGW claim settlement in the amount of $85,000. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by MLGW Division, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion and a second, please? Been moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members of the queue, assume you're ready to vote on item 60. Please cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Please call our consent agenda.
Item number 18. Item number 18 is An ordinance to amend ordinance number 5708 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances, known as the Housing Code, or 2015 International Property Maintenance Code, as amended for Memphis, Tennessee IPMC, to update and/or add provisions related to mold, lead, fee schedule, trees, and inoperable vehicles and condemnation. Up for first reading, ordinance number 5811 is sponsored by the Public Works Division. Item number 19 is up for second reading. Ordinance number 5808 is sponsored by Fire Services. Item number 20 is up for second reading. Ordinance number 5809 is sponsored by Fire Services. Item number 21 is up for second reading. This ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is Z21-10, ordinance number 5810. Item number 22, resolution approving the engineering plans entitled Memphis Union Mission Phase 2. There's a request for same night minutes. The contract number is CR-5388. Item number 23 is a resolution approving the engineering plans entitled Frank Kazaza Subdivision. There's a request for same night minutes. The contract number is 5389. Item number 24 is a resolution accepting public improvements for the Amazon Delivery Center. The contract number is CR-5376. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our consent agenda items.
Thank you very much. Can I get a motion? Moved by Warren, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on the consent agenda. Please cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colvett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Please call our fiscal consent agenda, please.
That will take us to item number 25, a resolution accepting in-kind donation in the value of $7,450 from 901 Volleyball for support of volleyball courts at Toby Park, Council District 5, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by Park Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 26 is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate Bucket Brigade grant funds from Georgia Pacific in the amount of $5,000 to be used for the purchase of extrication units, extrication suits, and safety boots. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 27 is a resolution to accept reimbursement funding in the amount of $14,822 from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for Tropical Cyclone Ida. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 28 is a resolution to accept and appropriate a donation in the amount of $1,000 from PDI 2 Nice Pack Park for EMS medical supplies. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 29 is a resolution to accept grant funding in the amount of $1,238,878 from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 30 is a resolution to accept supplemental grant funding in the amount of $47,918 from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for the annual sustainment of Tennessee Task Force 1. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our fiscal consent agenda items.
Thank you very much, Madam Comptroller. It's been moved by Council Lady Robinson, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members in the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on our fiscal consent agenda. Cast your votes. Yeah, we're gonna give her one quick break and let her get ready.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbert, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Okay. Dedrick's here, Michaelin's here. Colleagues, if there's no objection, I'd like to reopen item 14. Apparently, there's an update of information. Any objection? All right, the council lady, Mr. Brittenham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dedrick Brittenham, 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229, 38116. After consulting with my client more closely about the site plan, we'd like to have the east-west distance at 115 feet and keep the north-south distance at 75.
All right, let's go ahead and get Josh. Mr. Administrator? Okay, so and this may be also Attorney Wade. All right, we've reopened the question. We now have a friendly amendment to change it from 75 and 75 to 115 and 75. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Councilor Easter Thomas, you okay with that? All right, it's been moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Council Lady Easter Thomas. If there's no objection to the friendly amendment. All right, go ahead and cast your votes on item 14 as amended. It is on the screen, but we need there we go. Go ahead and cast your votes.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, no. Robinson, yes. Smiley, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colbert, yes.
Thank you. That item passes.
Thank you.
Cool. Glad we got that cleaned up. Madam Comptroller, you want to do an easy one or you want MLGW?
Either, I'm fine.
You ready? Well, let's go right at it then. Madam Comptroller, call the MLG&W fiscal book.
Item number 31 is a resolution approving change number 12 to contract number 11070, utility meter data application with Automated Energy Incorporated, AIE, in the funded amount of $250,000. Item number 32 is a resolution approving change number 6 to contract number 10813, Hewlett-Packard Combined Support Agreement with Hewlett-Packard Incorporated in the funded amount of $1,509,236.72. Item number 33 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12333, high-speed color production digital printing press with Konica Minolta Business Solutions USA Incorporated in the funded amount of $147,513.60. Item number 34 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12334, high-speed black and white production digital printing press with Konica Minolta Business Solution USA Incorporated in the funded amount of $260,137.92. Item number 35 is a resolution awarding a 24-month purchase order to 3 Point Graphics, Inc. for the purchase of utility bill paper in the estimated amount of $239,493.88. Item number 36 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 11945, well testing and inspection services with AIT LLC in the funded not to exceed amount of $15,000. Item number 37 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 11976, large directional drilling with Alliance Utilities Incorporated in the estimated funded amount of $1,900,000. Item number 38 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Brighter Days and Nights, Inc. for branch feeder monitor metering equipment in the amount of $129,751.30. Item number 39 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Electrical Power Products for a duplex switchboard in the amount of $278,955. Item number 40, resolution approving the ratification of purchase order number 7022357 to add additional funds in the amount of $35,268.85 to Elgin Power Solutions for a mobile substation system. Item number 41 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12191, professional engineering services for gas engineering and operations with Mid-South Engineering Consultants, LLC, in the funded amount of $100,000. Item number 42 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12119, professional engineering services for gas engineering and operations with Fisher and Arnold, Inc., in the funded amount of $100,000. Item number 43 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12190, professional engineering services for gas engineering and operations with CHI Engineering, in the funded amount of $100,000. Item number 44 is a resolution approving change number 3 to contract number 12034, environmental abatement services with Northwest Contracting Services Incorporated, in the funded amount of $4,500,000. Item number 45 is a resolution approving change number 3 to contract number 12062, environmental abatement services with General Construction Services Incorporated, in the estimated funded amount of $750,000. Item number 46 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to ABB Enterprise Software, Inc. for Tropos Mesh Routers Network Equipment in the amount of $800,005. Item number 47 is a resolution awarding Item number 47 is a resolution awarding contract number 12276, mobile radio replacement to Celex ES Inc., a Leonardo company, in the funded amount of $6,887,318. Item number 48 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Power Connections, doing business as G&W Electric Company, for 3-phase pole mount vacuum reclosers in the amount of $6,020,200. Item number 49 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 11878, PDU UPS Netters Liber Maintenance with Vertiv Services, Inc., in the funded amount of $5,000. Item number 50 is a resolution approving an hourly amended rate schedule to the law firm of McCarter and English to be employed on an as-needed basis for legal matters uniquely related to the utility industry as follows: partners, $550, and associates from $395 to $490. And our final item, number 51, is a resolution approving an amended hourly schedule for the law firm of Thompson Coburn LLP for legal services uniquely related to the utility industry as follows: partner, $610, counsel, $603, and associates, $351. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our MLGW fiscal consent items.
I'm going to. You're warned too. All right. We're all getting kind of funny here. All right. It's been moved by Council Lady Robertson. By the way, Val, well done, Madam Comptroller. Been moved by Council Lady Robertson, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members in the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on the MLG&W fiscal consent agenda. Please cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colvett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. Robinson is a yes.
Please.
That's good to go. Last item, 52.
Item number 52. That will take us to our regular agenda. There's an appointment to the Memphis Alcohol Commission, Brian E. Harris.
All right, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councilman Carlisle, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on item 52. Please prepare the screen and cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Smiley, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colvett, yes.
Thank you. That item passes. That concludes our business. We have a bunch of comment cards. Before I call it, has everybody filled out a comment card? That's a good point. Madam Vice Chairman, have you read our same night minutes for this evening?
I've read the same night minutes, and they are items number 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60, and I so move.
Thank you. It's been moved by Council Lady Swearingen, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members of the queue, I assume you're ready to vote on same night minutes. Please prepare the screen and cast your votes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Jones, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Smiley, yes. Swearingen, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Colvett, yes.
Val, would you like to vote? Cast your vote. Council Lady Robinson, you're recognized.
Robinson is a yes on the same night minutes, please. Thank you. Anybody else?
Will
You're
you
recognized.
please check number 60? It was not on our original list, the same night minutes. Did we change that? Item number 60?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Item
thank
60
you.
was added, the resolution on the claim settlement, that was approved.
Okay,
And
thank you.
that was added as same night minutes. I apologize, colleagues. That is, item 60 is a same night minutes item. Does anybody wish to change their vote as a result? You did, Reed? Okay. We're good? We're good. Long day. All right, that takes us to the end of our business. We have a bunch of cards. I want to thank everybody for staying with us. I know it's been a very, very long time. We'll do the same thing we always or have been doing. I'll call three names. Y'all come up, and y'all get 2 minutes apiece. So first one is Opal Washington. The next is Tamika Greer. And then Tanya Shelton. Is Tanya with us? All right, is Tamika with us? All right, Sammy Hunter. All right, and Cynthia Bailey. There you are. Okay, we got our first three.
Yeah.
Sir?
Yeah. Those beautiful people that's sitting out there, that's my Boxtown people. District 6 again, okay? And I just got to say one thing. My district sure have shown out today. I mean, they have been here today. And I thank you all.
All right. Ms. Washington, may I have your name and address, and then we'll start your 2-minute clock.
Hi, my name is Opal Washington. My address is 5309 Skyward Cove, Memphis, Tennessee, 38118. I want to talk on one of your consent agendas, which only had 2 readings. I'm here to oppose the fact that you're gonna box our community, the Whitehaven area, with another warehouse. We're already bordered by Amazon, the other 3 factories there, and FedEx at the corner of Airways and Homes. And now they want to go down to Oklahoma and build again. But where are the creatures that live there. Where are they gonna go? They're pushing them out of their habitat. Then we're gonna be bordered, enclosed with warehouses that soon may, in a few years, be vacated, which is going to enhance our community. What good is it going to do to have a warehouse that has to be filled with workers when you cannot fill the workers that are already pre-existing with the warehouse with workers? So why is there we're going to have another warehouse built there? It's going to make our property increase. We're tax-paying people. We don't need that anymore. We want to keep it in the residential area. If you're gonna rezone that area, it's gonna be commercial area. Is that means that our taxes or the property value of our homes, will that increase? I just need to know that. I have an inquiring mind. I just need to know. And the people that live there, we're not spring chicken anymore. We have become settled in that area. And we just can't just up and move. We've been there for years.
Sorry, time's up. Ms. Washington, why don't we do this? See me after the meeting, and I will give you Homer Brannon and Ms. Bazer's phone numbers. You can ask them all the questions you want about property values and all that. I'm sure they've done the research.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Sammy Hunter. All right, name and address, and we'll go ahead and start your time.
Yes, sir. My name is Sammy Hunter. I'm the co-chairman of the Memphis Bus Riders Union. My address is 6330 Keys Crest Lane, Memphis, Tennessee 38115. The reason I'm here today is because of the bus routes, the buses that are being cut in predominantly poor neighborhoods, such as Boxtown, the 6 North Haven, and the 31 Crosstown. We're tired. We're tired of this because we're constantly getting our buses cut every 6 months. So we're bringing this to you all, hoping that y'all will step in and stop these cuts by Mallard. You know, Mallard is adding to poverty. It's already a poverty city, but when you cut people from getting to work and getting to the grocery store, getting to health care, you're taking it from them. And also, I just want to commend Brother Ford here. He helped us got this route back before, and I just want to thank him for what he has done. But now we're going through the same thing again. They're cutting these routes again. And like I say, if you really look at what's going on in this city, the city of Memphis should have a better transit system. We don't want you all to brush this under the rug. Don't brush it up under the rug. This needs to be attended to now. This has been going on a long time. I've been coming down here for years. I've been the co-chairman of the Bus Rider Union 9 years, and I want you all to step in and stop these cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you very much. Cynthia Bailey. All right, name and address. We'll start your time.
Respectfully, I would like to leave my mask on because of the COVID.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm Cynthia Bailey. I am the organizer, co-chair of the Memphis Bus Rider Union. I'm a transit advocate. I've been advocating for 20 years. Thank you. And this is very serious to me. I'm just like Mr. Hunter. These people have jobs, like you all have jobs. They have to get to work on the bus. Transportation is the only mean that they know. And if Matter keep changing these routes and scheduling, then that would cause people to lose their jobs. Nobody wants to lose their jobs. Not only jobs, but people have to go to hospitals, doctor's office. So if you're late for that, they have to reschedule you. So if Matter is not concerned, who's going to be concerned other than the community? And I'm speaking on behalf of the community. I reach out every day. I get out every day. I don't get paid for this because I have love and passion for where people need to go. Transportation, I've been catching a bus myself for 28 years. I have had a car, but I have parked my car because I'm concerned about others, how others get where they're going. So we're asking you all to please reach out to Matter and see where this money is going to.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bailey. All right. Next up is Joyce Adams, still here. All right, come on up. Rascal Catron? Mr. and Mrs. Catron with us? All right, how about Johnny Mosley? There you are, come on down. And Lonnie Britton from Boxtown, come on up. Okay, Miss Adams, go ahead and get your name and address and go ahead and share.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Adams. I live at 5379 Zodiac Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38118. And I have resided there since December 3rd, 1988, so I've been there for a very long time. This community was a very countryside community. It was in Shelby County at the time. And it reminded me of our home over in Arkansas. We have a farm there, so I love the horses and the cows and chickens and all that kind of stuff. It has changed quite a bit since that time, and warehouses have started to move in. And the biggest one that really bothered us the most was the Amazon warehouse right at Holmes Road in Tullahoma. They have about 400 trucks leaving there every day. They have employed over 600 people, and that has really increased that traffic there. However, that two-lane country road has not been upgraded since I've been in the community since 1988. And now we're up against another warehouse coming in. That's with that rezoning with Oak Haven. We have had 3 warehouses to be complete at Tullahoma and Holmes Road, just going south of head to Mississippi. And just the thought of having another warehouse to come in is very frightening because traffic is out of hand. Livestock, not wildlife. I found dead on the streets every day. Matter of fact, I took a picture today of a deer that was killed right there by the cemetery there. Too much traffic, too many accidents. We have fatalities. Sick and tired of seeing flowers stuck up on the trees and teddy bears in the bushes where people have died on that 2-lane outdated road, and you have 18-wheelers traveling up and down there all day, 24/7. We experience noise, toxic fumes from the trucks and whatever is going on. So we are opposing an Oak Haven rezoning that's coming up. I thought it was going to be today, but y'all always say y'all going to get another day. So I'll be back down here whenever it's going to come up. We don't want no more warehouses, y'all. No more warehouses.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Adams. And yes, to be very clear to the crowd, we will be discussing that again in 2 weeks. Johnny Mosley, you're up. Name and address again, please.
My name is Johnny Mosley. I'm founder chairman of Citizen Better Service, 1150 Pelican Lane. I live in Councilman Ford District. As founder chairman of Citizen Better Service, I'm fully aware of what it's like to be treated like a nobody when you deal with the Memphis Area Transit Authority. I've been advocating for bus riding for almost 30 years. But when you are the son of a garbage man and your daddy marched for dignity in 1968, he worked for the sanitation department for 50 years, you learned a long time ago that not even matter has the right to treat anybody like garbage. Bus riders are constantly being picked on by the Memphis Area Transit Authority. They're being forced to ride the pilot on-demand system, which has been a failure in cities all across this country. Recently, as you already heard, they've already voted to eliminate bus routes, 6 North Haven, 31 Firestone, 38 Boxtown, and 82 Germantown. Now, I'm gonna make this real simple because my time is about to run out. I would like for the Memphis City Council to demand that the Memphis Area Transit Authority call an emergency meeting to reverse these changes. And if they do not, then I'm going to simply ask the City Council to amend Section 256(9) of the City Charter and return the authority to make changes in rates, fares, tolls for matter transportation service back to the Memphis City Council. I have no faith in Mr. Rhoda Bell, CEO, who came into my community, Boxtown, and lied to my folks about not eliminating that 38 Boxtown. I think it's time for him to get his walking paper, but only the mayor can make that decision. So I'm asking that the City Council step in and do right for the bus riders in this city. They need the buses so they can make what I call a life transformation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mosley. Lonnie Britton. All right, name and address, and then please share.
My name is London Britton. I'm representing 3514 Boxtown Road, born and raised there. I drove bus for 33 years, and I know just about how they supposed to run. Now, I mean, I see how they're doing it, but they're not doing it right. Okay, now, we got a lot of vacant land in Boxtown, and we pay county taxes and we pay city taxes. We don't get any city service on that vacant land, but we don't ask where the money go, because we figure like it's going to transportation. Now they want to take the buses from down there. Now I had, they had a solution. They had 3 bus lines running in that area. They had the 12 Weaver, 12 Levi, and the 12 Indian Hill. I devised a route and consolidate all 3 of those routes. And they got 1 bus on the 38. They got 2 buses on the 12. But those 3 buses, we could run this route and take care of that whole neighborhood and only use the same amount of people, same 3 buses. And those buses would run 45 minutes apart.
All right. Thank you. I apologize. Sorry, you're out of time. I let you run a little long.
But we need some bus schedules so we'll know what time to catch
Well,
that.
come on back in 2 weeks. Come on back in 2 weeks. All right, thank you, Mr. Britton. All right, next up, last 4. Jose Salazar, you still with us? Not here. All right. Dennis Lynch. Dr. Lynette Williams again, and Joe Kitt. Is Lynette still with us? You get to speak on 2 items. I think so. There's Doc. All right, Dennis, name and address, and we'll crank up.
Thank you very much. Dennis Lynch, 347 North McLean, Midtown. I'm wearing my bus rider's union t-shirt. I was supposed to be sharing this dais with some folks from MICA. Unfortunately, they were not able to remain. We're here to also talk about buses, okay? Sierra Club Chickasaw Group is working with the Memphis Interfaith Coalition for Action and Hope and other community organizations to promote public support and full funding for an effective transit system that is required for any successful 21st century city. Memphis should strive for this. Memphis needs to commit to a dedicated funding system for the success of its transit system, MATA. The current MATA budget, where MATA, my glasses are fogging up, where MATA has to beg for funding every year, doesn't cut it. It makes it difficult for MATA to do successful planning, and it forces MATA to go from crisis to crisis, like the Boxtown problem. Memphis City Council has already approved the Transit Vision Plan as part of Memphis 3.0, but no funding was provided to support that plan. That would have provided a lot more buses, as you might imagine. Sierra Club and MICA have successfully encouraged the County Commission to provide some additional funding, $1 million on an ongoing basis, and also commit $3 million towards MATA capital needs over 3 years. Memphis City Council must step up and commit to dedicated funding for MATA. It needs to be a dedicated funding source. It needs to fully restore the funding that was adjusted with COVID funding, and it got complicated, and you need to commit $10 million in the next fiscal year, additional above the normal
Dennis,
budget, and
Mr.
work
Lynch.
towards the $38 million that the
Time,
transit
Mr.
plan
Lynch.
needs.
I'm sorry, come on back in 2 weeks.
Yeah, okay, it's 2 minutes.
No, sir, you're out of time.
I'm sorry.
Good try, Dennis. That's it.
Okay, I want to say one other thing. February 4th
5
is
seconds.
Rosa Parks' birthday, and it will be recognized as Transit Equity Day, and we're going to have a number of events in that day, and we look for people to work with us to help organize Transit Equity Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lynch. Dr. Lynette Williams and Big Joe Kent.
I'm Dr. Lynette Williams, 5175 Point Lake Road, and I am in City Council District 6, and I want to thank our Councilman Ford as well as our super district people as well. But I just want to quickly just kind of mention a few things. We actually need for you to have your ordinances and any information concerning the community that are hot button issues to be posted on Thursday when you post the agenda. We do not have an opportunity to review any of this, so that's what we really, really want. I want to also be in support of the bus route things. We need to get rid of our bus route that's on our street on Horn Lake Road, which has absolutely no ridership. And so if we need to do that to actually get more in Boxtown, then we would give it up gladly because it's just polluting our neighborhood. Okay, now also we need to address the COVID emergency here in Memphis. We are not adequately doing anything about COVID literacy. We're getting ready to experience the Mu strain as well as the Lambda strain, and that's more serious than the Delta strain. And we are not prepared as a community to fight COVID. And so we would like for that to be added to the next agenda. We also need positions from MLGNW and the City Council as far as opposing the pipeline. It is not clear that you have resolutions that you have voted on opposing the pipeline, and then we still go with ordinances that would allow a pipeline in the future. That doesn't make sense. Both mayors have said they're opposed to the pipeline, and the city council has said they're opposed to the pipeline. MLGNW, we don't know as far as where they are, their position. And that's basically what I wanted to do, but we need to have it clear in our community as to what you're doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doc. Joe, before you get started, if council members will pool $300 in contributions to the Boys and Girls Clubs, I'll wear his hat. No takers? No love for my boys and girls? No, nothing less than 300, guys. Okay, fine. Joe, you're recognized. Name and address. We'll start your 2 minutes.
G/GTA 5111 Flamingo, Memphis, Tennessee. The Della Vega testimony today was excellent. I would also hope that you would encourage EDGE to place on their agenda the phantom black business that is going to leave Memphis if they do not get incentives for low-wage jobs. EDGE extends closing dates all the time. For starters, I'd like to ask Councilman Carlisle, what is the one primary public deliverable of tax incentives? Even though more downtown public parking is currently unneeded, under Paul Young, DMC's Lauren Bermudez gave a great presentation, which I sent you at the last DMA board meeting, on increasing parking supply while building new parking garages only as a last resort. Secondly, I hope you will review my new publication, Public Parking Porn. First, what public parking porn is not, it's not about making out in cars. What it is about is the obscene local expenditures related to public parking. Next, it appears that the MRPP wants to help justify building the unneeded $70 million garage mahal by axing Promise centrally located and inexpensive outdoor timely parking by 50%. This is a horrible design for access to a $60 million park. As designers, the elitists are horrible. The absurd design has people walking down Bill Street to Wagner Place to Vance and then down Pitt Hyde's $5 million walking path, then through the park civic gateway, through the active park core, and finally to the center of the park called the Community Batcher, where the Tom Lee Monument is located, and then back again to the $70 million Garage Mahal Mobility Center. This stuff is bridge to nowhere stuff that you're approving, that we've all read about. The mobility center should be curtailed. Thank you very much.
Perfect timing. Well done.
Mr. Chairman, move to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn the objection. We are adjourned. Well, that was interesting.